Hello everyone, welcome to stream. Happy Valentine's Day. What you get me? I got you this game. I got you this game for Valentine's Day. You're welcome. It's a dating sim. It's really cute. I haven't played all of it, but I played some of it like months ago because I was like, oh, this is cute. And then I bought the DLC for all of us to enjoy and play, so it's longer. It's longer gameplay. Let me see. What else? Oh, Animal Crossing. Oh yeah. Let me turn on my captions. Oh my gosh, how could I forget? Animal Crossing. On hiatus for right now. Hopefully very short hiatus. A capture card just did not want to be nice to me yesterday. I bought a cheaper one. I don't have a lot of money, so me buying this stuff is like, ugh. But I bought a cheaper one, and it should be here today. Hopefully, it gets here by 2. It says it'll be here by 10. But, hopefully it gets here by 2, because then we can just switch over, and we can play Animal Crossing, and we can do the things I wanted to do yesterday, and we can celebrate Valentine's Day together. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and we won't celebrate Valentine's Day. But, we'll play. It's kind of messing up my stuff because I want to do the turnip thing, and I can't do the turnip thing because then I have to turn on the game, and then I have to go through all the stuff, and I don't want you guys to miss anything. So yeah, I haven't touched it. Hopefully we can make a profit on our turnips. I doubt it, but hopefully we can. Got pink lemonade here. So yeah, and then if the capture card is super shitty, I also got a new USB-C cable, so hopefully that should work. And then my capture card that I have now won't be an asshat about it. So yeah, Animal Crossing will be back. It's just on a short hiatus. Anyway, welcome in the stream. Happy Valentine's Day. We're playing Our Life Beginnings and Always. Like I said earlier, it's a very cute dating sim. We're gonna make a new file. Okay, I was like, what? I clicked on new file and it didn't do anything. Oh yeah, tutorial. It was a long tutorial, but that's okay. I remember how to play, but I also forgot. But we're doing this together. Okay, we're doing this together, so you guys need to know how to play too. Welcome to Our Life Beginnings and Always. There are various ways you can customize and interact with the game. This tutorial is an overview of how certain features work. You can read the full tutorial from the main menu to learn about everything in detail. To start off, the game is divided into 4 time periods called steps. Step 1, childhood. Step 2, adolescence. Step 3, young adult. Step 4, adulthood. Our life is further divided into sets of vignettes. Sorry. Is it vignettes or vignettes? I'm going to say vignettes that take place during specific periods of time. Those are called moments. This game, super cute, super in-depth. It's just going to be a long game. So we're going to play it today, and what am I doing tomorrow? I canceled therapy for tomorrow. I'm poor, so I have to cancel my therapy to afford a new capture card. So we'll be playing it tomorrow. I guess the next 3 days until I get Animal Crossing back. But this is a long game, so I feel like it's okay. We might finish the game in these 3 days, but it's gonna be a longer game because, like I said, I bought the DLC for it, so we're gonna experience it all. Moments can be played in any order or skipped entirely. You move on to the next step whenever you want by selecting that summer is ending. Steps 1 through 3 include 5 moments each, and even more can be unlocked by purchasing DLCs. Some are out now, and other DLCs will be released later. We're doing Cove's story. He's like the main one. So I got all the DLC for him. There's also DLC for 2 other characters, but we're not playing them. Their DLCs together cost like $10, so like together, like that's not a lot of money. But because I'm poor right now, it's a lot of money for me. Anyway, let me stop talking about my financial situation. Step 4 is an epilogue and doesn't include moments. A lot happens over the years that go by, especially in regard to the character you play as. You determine nearly everything about the main character: name, appearance, personality, pronouns, interests, skills, the relationship with major characters, and so on. You can decide to change the details as time goes on, with a few exceptions. Your last name, skin tone, and eye color can't be altered once set. Much of the MC's basic traits are determined on a character creation screen. As the MC grows up, more options become available on the screen. As mentioned, one of the decisions you'll get to make for your character is selecting a name. You can type any name you like, or you can pick a preset name. The preset options are called voiced names because the name will be voiced aloud by the romantic lead. You'll get to hear him say your name as you play through the story. Because I don't have a common name, that's not gonna happen. Only the default name, Jamie, is included in the base game. Hundreds more can be added by getting a free voice name expansion DLC. I looked, my name's not in there. That's okay. That's okay. We can live. We don't need Cove voicing our name. I know what he feels like. I know what he means. The full collection of names is separated out as DLC because of how large it is. If you're not interested in that feature, you don't need to get it. I was checking to make sure my mic was on. Each name the DLC belongs to was selected by someone who supported this project. On the character creation screen, there's a cute doll you can decorate to get an idea of what your MC looks like with the different traits you put together. Not all the things you decide about the MC appear on the doll. The script referencing what you've decided for the MC is the main way those decisions influence the game. Olive has a first-person perspective, so your character doesn't appear next to other character sprites. You only see the MC as the decorative doll and in a special cutout CG image. The cut-in CGs only appear if certain choices are made. It's possible not to see any during a playthrough. There's also a second type of special MC-based screen, the interest/comfort screen. Unless you get DLCs, the game has one love interest, Cove Holden. He grows up with the MC, and the interest/comfort screen is crucial for determining how that plays out. Interest level sets how much you like him. There are 4 levels: disinterest, fond, crush, and love. Love is only available starting in step 3, and if you were at fond or crush in step 2. Comfort determines how you generally react/think when it comes to him. There are 3 levels: nervous, relaxed, and direct. Your level of interest and comfort will set the type of dynamic your character has with the love interest. What you did in the past will influence the present, and feelings can change over time. You get to pick your interest/comfort near the beginning of every step. Comfort can switch between the 3 levels as you please. Your interest level can only stay the same or increase. Your current level of interest will become the new lowest option on the screen in the future. For example, if you decide to be fond in step 1, disinterest will not be available on the screen in step 2 and 3, which will make fond the bottom level option for your relationship. Interest level has an impact when it comes to physically interacting with Cove. While growing up, things are rather simple. If you get along with one another and have a close relationship, you can choose to touch him. I'm sorry. Something about touching, I don't know. And Cove will occasionally interact with the MC in lighthearted or comforting ways. But starting in step 3, I wasn't doing that for Cove. It's just the idea of touching. But starting in step 3, touching can become more romantic or suggestive if you're at crush or love. To make sure things go nicely with that, there will be an extra choice to determine initiative level and a bonus mini tutorial that goes along with the choice to explain the feature in more details. Basically, even if you decide you like Cove, the game won't force you to act on those feelings. You can always choose not to get together with him, choose not to accept or give romantic gestures, etc. If you do decide to date Cove, though, you can't break up with him later. Damn. We can't make drama. Interest/comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choices that appear throughout the normal game events that decide what actually happens between the MC and Cove. And it isn't only the MC who is impacted by your decisions. Cove grows and changes over the years. How he's treated and what he experiences help shape who he becomes. And step 2, oh my god, I'm remembering, sorry. I'm thinking about this now. I'm remembering the story, the childhood step 1. It's kind of trifling what we have to do to Cove. It's kind of trifling. Anyway, in step 2 and step 3, Cove's personality, appearance, and interest will vary based on what happened in the previous step. It's something of a mystery exactly how your decisions end up changing him. You can try to guess as you go along. Or, if you prefer, you can also just design your own ideal Cove directly using the Cove Creator option that pops up at the beginning of steps 2 and 3. Making the choices you want is always more important than making a choice because you feel like you have to in order to get a certain result. I love that. This game is so in-depth. When a choice does appear, usually you'll see that hovering the cursor over an option shows a certain color, yellow, blue, or green. The colors aren't related to specific points or effects. They're only there to give a bit of insight on the tone/emotion of the choice, since text alone can potentially be read in more than one way. Blue tends to be casual, straightforward, yellow more emotive/reactive, and green less certain and uncommitted. Though there are hundreds of options in our life, and not every choice menu falls in line with that pattern. Picking just one color every time doesn't give a gameplay benefit. Only stick to a certain type if that's what you happen to like, otherwise switch between them freely. Always pick yellow, never pick yellow. Pursue romantic right from the start, never romance the love interest. Be disagreeable or amiable. None of them will lead to a bad ending, damn. I wish we could get bad endings. Those are fun. Those are fun to get. But it's more fun to get the good endings. Like, usually when I play games, I usually play them how, like, I would play it straight through. How I would play it. And then once I finish, I either do, like, a good ending. I try to go for, like, good endings. And then I'll either go for, like, the really screwed up, messed up options. Because those are always funny. Because, like, at that point, around, like, playthrough 3 or 4, I'm like, you know what? I love this character. But I've detached myself enough away from them where it's like it doesn't bother me if I'm just a little bit mean to them. In Love Island season 6 though, for some reason Ryan, I love Ryan. He gets to me. I feel so bad every time I don't pick Ryan to couple up with me. But I'm glad he gets voted out first. Spoilers. I'm glad he gets voted out first though. Because I don't know, I could not handle it. I could not handle it if Ryan had to sit there and watch me make those choices I was making. Anyway, back to this game. You're welcome to enjoy the events and shape the story without reservation. And then, if you like, you can play again to try something new. There's only ever more good content to discover. Usually I have my phone on Twitch mode, so like I don't get disturbed. But like I said, I'm waiting for that capture card, so I'm checking my email. I'll be checking my email quite frequently. Costco, leave me alone. You are not what I want. To see if the capture card gets delivered. Because they don't knock. They don't knock here. There's only ever more good content to discover. We hope you have a nice time with our life. Thank you for playing. Ooh. Okay. We get to make ourselves first name. You already know what my first name is. Princess. Can I put my whole name here? Nope. I'll just Princess. Last name. I'm a they. I go by any pronouns. My face shape. Do I have a round face? Am I chubby? Do I have a pointed face? Is it more oval? Is it peach? Is it square? Is it round? Okay, let's see. I feel like I have a square face. I've been told that I have a really nice jawline. Tan, brown, dark brown, pale. Oh my gosh. Olive. I'll go with tan. I'm not exactly that dark. Yeah. I'm like in between tan and brown, so I'll go with tan. Eye shape. My eyes are pretty oval. I have like, hold on. My eyes are like kind of squinty. I'll go with oval. Let's go with oval 1. Eye color is purple. Our eyes are purple. Hair front, choppy, curled, flowy. I kind of like flowy. I like flowy, not gonna lie. Long locks. Ooh, okay. Parted. Our hair is probably parted, kind of. Yeah. I kind of liked floaty, though. Flowy. Wavy. Ooh. I like wavy. There's so many hair options. Eye color. We can be emo. I want to be emo. We're not going to be emo, but just know, in my heart, we're emo. Let's see. Let's see. Oh. Got the two-tone hairs. Okay. As a child, my mom would never. I was not allowed to dye my hair until I was like 20. My mom was like, your hair thick? I do have thick hair. Let's look at all the options first. Curl, do we want curled 3? No. Beaded. My hair used to be beaded when I was younger. Aww. That's cute. Should we go with beaded? No, we are a child. I'm kind of feeling beaded. Yeah. Let's go with beaded. My hair did look like this when I was younger. Color. I'm looking. Okay, they only have that shade of blue. In that case. Look at us. We're so cute. We're so cute. Okay. Change the page. Birthmarks. No. I'll take that little beauty mole though, because I do have moles on my face. I have 2. Scars. What a rambunctious child I was if I'm having scars. Rosy cheeks. I had rosy cheeks when I was younger. Not anymore though, so. Freckles. I only have freckles on my hands. Hand size? Hold on. What? Medium, chubby, slender. I have slender fingers, yes. I used to play piano. My pianist teacher was always like, you have pianist fingers. Pianist, not the other one. There's a different pronunciation. Do not get it twisted. Glasses. We're not putting glasses on me. I don't care. I don't want them. Birthmarks. Sure. Let's give us all the birthmarks. Every birthmark. I do have scars. I do have a scar on my leg. I don't have scars. I don't have freckles here. I have chest scars now after my surgery. But I got my leg scar when I was younger. I was being stupid. I was wearing my platform Bratz shoes while I was riding my bike, and my shoe got caught in the spoke, and it was scary. But it gave me kind of a rush, so I did it again. And then my dumb ass fell off my bike, scraped my knee in front of, luckily it was in front of my house. And I was screaming and wailing. It was really bad. It was a deep gash. Clothing type, dresses, shirts, skirts, pants. I wear them all. Accessory types. I prefer bracelets and hats. I can only pick one. Oh wait, no, it's letting me. I have necklaces. I don't really like wearing necklaces, but I'll wear a necklace. Fuck a watch. I'm not wearing a watch. Okay, we're done. We're probably wearing every single item that I picked. I think that's very funny. Just wearing a whole bunch of clothes. It's so early 2000s to wear a bunch of clothes on top of the other. Summer in Sunsetberg was a special time of year. Your usual sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your mom didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood. Your moms, sorry. We have moms, plural, lesbians, and I love that for us. I love that. Anyway, during the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunsetberg, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or more often just said hello. Let's see. When I was a little kid, I was not shy. I got shy once, I got shy around 3rd grade. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. How do we want to play this? What is our character? Am I going based off how I was as a child? Or am I going off how I would react now? You know what? Let's go with blue. Let's go with blue. It was the polite thing to do after all, and your moms had taught you to always be respectful. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing someone in Sunset Bird was that the people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So for you not knowing who a total stranger was, set off a lot of red flags. Your mom had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite then. Just based off what I know about the moms, one mom would say this and the other would say this. I'm going to say this one though. You weren't sure about this man yet. So you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. True. You slowed down as you thought about how you could get around this. There was a split second where your eyes met. That wasn't good. He was probably going to say something now that he'd seen you standing around here. Hey! You were right. His deep voice called out to you, but you didn't say anything. Unfortunately, the man stood up. It started to make his way towards you. Run. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offered a stranger a smile. Her body froze in place as he approached. Honestly, people are like, fight, flight, but they forget the third F, and it's freeze, and that's me. When I'm anxious, I don't fight, I don't run, I freeze, and it's embarrassing for everyone. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. What was his question? Was his question if I lived here? Yeah, I live here. I live right there. My name is Princess. Don't say nothing. I don't know you. If you do, he rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably, giving you a small smile. A money. I want a money. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. This actually happened to me in real life, and I did get kidnapped. It wasn't money, it was food. And I was an adult. Anyway, it crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it made him look creepier. Oh, Lord. I have a son. His name is Cove, who's about your age. Cove, that seemed like a strange name for an actual living person to you. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. Why did that not click to me? Am I stupid? Cove? Wow. But definitely the kind of name someone like this guy would give their kid. We moved in across the street. See, I can't really talk shit because my name's Princess. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Princess Rigel, right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were 8, just like him, so. He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him. But you've got to keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. You eyed the man. You felt kind of sorry for Cole. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? I feel sorry for Cole. His dad is bribing me. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What do you say? Want to make a deal? You took the bill. You didn't want the money. I'm taking the money. Give me that fucking money, man. You carefully plucked the bill from his outstretched hand, grinning at the thought of what you could do with that much cash. It's just very me-coded. It's very me-coded. Me and my brother. So we went to day camp. One year we went to YMCA. It was during summer. That was the only time we went to the YMCA because my experience there was awful terrible. Should be illegal. And they would sell pizza. And so my mom and dad had a piggy bank full of money that they were saving for me and my brother's college fund. And we found it. They put it up in a high place, but children, chairs, we can get things if we really want it. So we found it and we cut the piggy bank open just enough so where no one would notice it, and we would take money out of it and we would buy pizza for everyone there so people would like us. Yeah. The pizza wasn't even that good. I think it was just because money. Oh, what am I gonna buy? You should buy a ticket for the newest movie at the cinema. Fuck the movies at the cinema. Oh, the cute stuffed animals. It costs a few dollars to set up it does not cost money to set up a library card. No. Well, I don't know what country you're living in, but it does not cost money to set up a library card. Library cards are free. I want a stuffed animal. It was gonna be able to go home with you. It should. All of them should. And that was just a start, you thought. The sky was the limit with that kind of amount. The man smiled at you, his eyes crinkling at the sides as he did. Great. That's great. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I want him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said it, but the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Can I keep this either way? I can try. You nodded, not totally certain that you'd find Cove, but willing to look. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head. Don't do that. Paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away and said, Good. Don't touch me. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now, I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and... That's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Princess, so much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decide to check the hills behind your house. Let's go to the hills behind my house. The hills are alive with music. Step 1, first sight. Let's get it. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore, and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach at all, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. Tell me about the merfolk. I'm interested. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shiny mermaid's tail in the distance. I had a pretty active imagination as a child. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try and relax and couldn't. Actually, I've been to the ocean, but only once, and I didn't even go to the ocean because the beach was crowded. So I've technically never been in the ocean. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. I actually really like the ocean. Oh my god, is it terrifying and scary, but also very peaceful. I would love to be in the ocean. There was a boy sitting at the top of the hill, almost completely hidden with than the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows, huge glasses, pink casts, sad frowns. Well, I've never seen a sad deer, so. But this new boy did. I can't say for sure that deer don't wear glasses, that they don't have green hair, that they don't have pink casts, or that other option, but I know for a fact I've never seen a sad deer, so. But this new boy did. You wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hey, space cadet, no. Hi. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. Look at Cove, he's so cute, he's adorable. Too bad he's a little shit right now. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Ah! Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? You touched the money in your pocket, feeling it crinkle beneath your fingertips. Oh my gosh. I met your dad. I'm all-knowing. I'm all-knowing. This is such a me answer when I was younger. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you were. Oh. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. Yep, it's my hill. Oh, okay. Bye then. Wait, you can stay. I'm not kicking you out. But you said, I don't have to make people leave just because it's not theirs. Other people can visit. His face relaxed a little at that. He toed the grass beneath his shoe timidly. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents. They don't want to live together with me anymore. Oh. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him, and now we have a house here and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate that about wearing glasses. Like, just let me cry in peace. Leave my glasses alone. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. Ooh. I'm sorry, your dad seems kind of nice. You'll like it here, you just have to get used to it. Stop crying. I'm not going to tell him to stop crying. Baby girl, if you need to cry, cry. Let's be nice. Let's be nice. You'll like it here, you just have to get used to it. He slipped his hand underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. Sunset Bird was a nice place to live. It had a beach, playgrounds, a good school. At least you thought so. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Princess! Cove! Hold on, he said Cove. Kids, where'd you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It will be okay. It will be okay. You'll be fine. We're in this together now, Cove. We're besties. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna be all fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. And you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm. I still don't want to go. You called out yourself. You waited silently for him. You tried to convince him. Let's wait silently with him. We're besties now. I'm down with whatever you're down with. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. Why me? Look at our moms. Like, MILF City. Like, gross to say as their child. But, like, this is Princess, like me, not Princess, the child that's related to them. I had to clarify. Like, what? Oh my god, why are moms hot? Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Princess, you're here after all. Like, mom and mommy? Okay. We had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like it's such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. We're not gonna rat Cove out. Homies don't do that to homies. We're okay, don't worry. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. You shrugged. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. It's too fast. I hit my mic. That's too fast. You didn't think that was the right word to describe it, but weren't sure what else to say to your moms. What were we describing? What was the word? Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for fighting him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Princess knows the whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. His mom just came over unannounced. Didn't text me or anything. Didn't let me know she was gonna be here. Love that. Hi, Pippazeppy. How are you? I had a feeling one of these days she was just gonna show up and just ruin something. And what'd she do? Show up and ruined it. Okay, let's get back to the game now. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. Just eating some dinner? What are you eating for dinner? And how am I? Oof. Well, I was okay until Gil's mom just came over here unannounced. And now I'm like, I'm a little frazzled. You made more lasagna again? Do you like it like that much? Is that one of your favorite foods? How does that sound? Sure, I can show him my stuff. It sounds like words. You're not ducking your head. Sure, I can show him my stuff. Then okay. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping to a warm, familiar chorus. I love showing off my stuff and then having no one touch it, because I don't like people touching my things. I get it now. It used to be a thing. My brother, he hated when I touched his stuff. And now that I'm older, I get it. I understand why he doesn't like people touching his stuff. Because I don't like people touching my stuff now. It was so good. You want to make some more? I'm glad you enjoyed it. Over here chefing it up. You don't like people touching your stuff either? Yeah. I just feel like I don't want their bad vibes on my nice things. I want their juju on my stuff. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in later steps. Okay. My comfort. Relaxed, direct, nervous. As a child, I didn't start getting nervous until like around this age, I guess. I feel like I'm direct. How do I feel about him? Right now, I don't know. Okay, I picked indifferent on my playthrough of it at first. I'm gonna pick fond because I want to be his friend. I want to be besties. We're gonna be friends, so I'm fond of him. Do I have a crush? No. You won't be able to change it again until step 2. Okay, I'm cool with that. Childhood friend. Start playing step 1 using the fond interest level. Ooh, I got an achievement. Go me. Go me. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finish your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you'd stayed put. Today, just like Moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Princess? I like him. Direct. Start playing steps 1, 2, or 3 using the direct comfort level. Do I like him? Like, he's okay. I just met him. How sweet. I'm so happy he moved in. With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah, haha, I don't know, am I? I didn't start becoming like that until, like, middle school. Your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. I'm gonna say yeah. With all the exasperation an 8-year-old could muster, you looked at your empty cereal bowl, then at Mom. Empty cereal? I've never had an empty cereal bowl before. Okay, attitude, kid. We see. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Princess, could you get it? Wiggling out of the chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, Rigel family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms had called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. When his dad standing in front of him and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. Aww. I didn't get that on my playthrough. He didn't smile at me at all. You twisted the thread of your bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the crystal bead bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the flower bead bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the shell bracelet on your wrist. I twist my crystal bead bracelet. Mom, we're gonna go play in my room. This would not have been allowed in my household. No boys allowed in my room. Even as an adult, when I started dating Gil, he was not allowed in my room. Which is crazy, because I'm a fucking adult. And then my uncle got mad because one day he got snowed over because he was dropping me off home, but then like there was too much snow, so he couldn't drive back to his house. It was a snowstorm, and my uncle got mad because we let him stay over, and he slept on the couch. He wasn't even in my room. My uncle doesn't even live at my house. He got mad. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You guys blinked but didn't protest. Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids. See you later, son. Play nice. Ooh, Mom, are you gonna bring us snacks? I mean, I just ate breakfast. Let me not. What is this ugly ass sheep? Get that out of my room. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned it a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Oh, okay. I drew that. I drew that. Cool. Why is he blushing? Oh my god. What's happening here? Does he have a crush on me? I mean, he should. Everyone has a crush on me. I'm joking. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your room. That's all I can hope when anyone sees my room. I hope they look past the junk and they're like, hey, this is a nice room. It's not. My room is not nice. I tried to make it nice, but nothing ever sticks to the walls. You had put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. You know what? He can talk shit, but only about that sheep that's on my bed. Like, what the fuck is that? Not the little clown gesture thing. I dig that. I dig whatever this is. But what the fuck is this? Get that out of my sight. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you collected tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it, before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's this? Is the music too loud? I want you to be able to hear, like, the little voice acting behind it. So let me know if it's too loud, and I'll turn it back down some. A hoard of stuff I found on the beach. Ooh, what I found on the beach. Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I do. Look, I got driftwood. What did I get? Last time I had a shell. You gestured to the piece at the bottom, still covered in specks of sand. This is a good collection. Thanks. You got the sense from the tone of his voice like he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or it'd be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. I forgot about Shiloh. Shiloh? He's friends with my older sister. He's supposed to hang out here this afternoon. Do I have to see him? Oh, are you jealous? Are you jealous, Cove? You don't have to do anything, but he's gonna be here. Anyway, I found this gigantic shell stuck to an even bigger rock. Okay, there's the shell. I remember the shell. You pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you got each one and holding them up against the light. There was big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell. For all of them, your voice faltered a bit, but you kept going as best as you could. Now me. I probably would know a few scientific names. But I would also have a big-ass collection. But I'll go with the scientific names, because that sounds like me, but like only if I'm really interested in something. You had a whole picture book dedicated to different shells and sea life. You learned a lot by flipping through its pages. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Oop, I got him gripped up. I actually can't really hear the music. Okay. I will turn it up to I'll turn it up to 50. Is that better or is that too loud? It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Better now? Okay. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guess it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of what would be a bad idea. That would be a bad idea. My reading ability, drastic. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your mom's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Okay, but be careful. If you fuck up my shells, I'm gonna fuck you up, Cove. I will. You weren't sure if you could trust someone with your treasures yet, so you stayed next to him while he opened the lid and peered inside. Cove reached in and pulled out a bag. A bag? No. He pulled out a big orange shell, Christ. Oh? Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. That's my favorite too. I like a different one best. I can show it to you. You know what? You can take it. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. I insist. Take it. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his side. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, he figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. It's just Shiloh, and where would you even go? He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked into the back of the house. I can go out the window. No, sit your ass right here. What the fuck is wrong with you? He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break another arm? Shiloh's the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea. Let's go. You want to break your other arm? You fool. Even I don't jump out of any windows here, and this is my house. This is from the first floor living room window. Wasn't far, but you could tell it made Cove nervous anyway. He touched the cast on his arm. The wind had clearly released from his sails. I don't want to break any more bones. Exactly. Sit your ass down, wait for Shiloh to get here. I don't think anyone wants to. Have you ever broken a bone? I haven't. I have not broken a bone, but I've gotten plenty of scars. Yeah. No. I didn't sprain it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry what I was talking about. But have you ever broken anything? I haven't. But I don't want to see him. You know what? I have broken things, but they were not my bones. No broken bones here. Keep it that way. If you break bones when you're old, it's not fun. I mean, it's not fun when you're young. But you know, you're like more pliable when you're young. But I don't want to see him. I don't know him. You didn't know me either, and yet you saw me. You teased him, you comforted him, you encouraged him. I'm gonna encourage him. He's not bad, really. Shiloh is gonna be more scared of you than you are of him. Okay. Shiloh poked its head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he heard what you'd been saying or not, but you guessed that he had. Hi, princess! Shiloh is so cute. He's so cute with his freckles. I just want to smush his face. I get it. I get old people now. I do. When they see like little babies, they're like, "Oh, you're so cute," and they pinch the cheeks. I get it. They're so. Look at Shiloh. Don't you just want to pick him up and spin him around and like lift him in the air like Simba? I want to do that. And hi, Cove. Cove shot you an uneasy glance. Hi. I'm Shiloh. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. You have a lot of freckles. Right, I do. Cove, you can't just be like, you've got freckles. I mean, I used to do that. But you can't just go saying, like, chill, he knows he has freckles. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells. Awesome. Cove shrugged, then looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? What about that one? I haven't had this scene. When I did it on my own, me and Cove snuck out the window. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. This is a scallop shell I found last week. I kept it because it looks neat. It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Cole, you don't gotta be rude to Shiloh. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue? It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool. I guess. Cole, why are you behaving like this? I like those colors too. There are better colors. Not sure how to deal with the sudden, more awkward silence. You looked back at your shells. I don't like yellow. But I'm not gonna be mean. Awesome! Both of them smiled. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. He hasn't met Lizzie yet. Where'd she go? Probably a dance practice. I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Princess? The park is fun. The park is pretty great. It's okay. Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. We love a good swing, but don't push me too high. I'll cry. That sounds like it could be fun. Be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your mom that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. Isn't she like 11 now? She's either 10 or 11. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Princess, Shiloh. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you too and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. Who's that? Doesn't she give you Angelica vibes? Lizzie gives me Angelica vibes from Rugrats. Those are her vibes. I love Lizzie. We stan Lizzie. It's Cove. He's new. I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Princess's age. Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh's just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Oh. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. Oh my god. This kid and his tears. Give it a rest, buddy. I say, but I cry all the time. I see you, Cove. We're both crybabies. But something in his eyes shifted. He looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. Only some of them don't like kids. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Oop. We stan Cove. We love Cove here. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Princess in school. We'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down into the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. As Shiloh's discomfort at how weird she thought Cove was at something else entirely you didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up. Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. I don't know what that sound's supposed to be, but it's now. You offered him a small smile, and that, at least, looked to reassure him some. Capture card, hurry up and get here. For the rest of summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way the sun and lunch and the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Okay, we're gonna go this way. I have the DLC, so hopefully they let me do the DLC. But let's go shopping. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. You know what? I would say I would never do that, but that's a very me thing to do in my youth. Hold on. Give me a second. Why does it say delivering to Lebanon? Again. Let me get to my Prime account. Give me a second, guys. Sorry about this. I'm checking to see when my capture card's getting here. Payments, no. It's being weird. Now it's saying delivering to the correct place. What is up with Lebanon? What is happening there? Crazy weird. Let me see my order. This is crazy. It's wild and crazy, and I don't know why it said that. It still hasn't done a single thing. Okay. Well, let's go back to the game. Sorry about that short little pause. But we're back. The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention from the snail you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Like I said, that's so me-coded. I definitely would have been staring at a snail when I was younger. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. Not slowly. I don't know where I got slowly from. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be his friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, and why do we have sand? Like, yeah, the beach is over there, but like, it's not right here. Why is there sand? Then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first and then his dad. Princess, hi.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Princess? Stuff. I found a really cool snail across the road. He was slimy with funny eyes and a nice shell. Mr. Holden grinned at your enthusiasm. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning it to squint in the direction of the stores like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your moms only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Don't blame him for carrying cash. I mean, I personally don't like carrying cash, but sometimes cash is useful. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure. That's my boy. Okay, Cove's dad's so weird. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up. The bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into the place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. Why are we at the beach? I don't remember being at the beach last time. You took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for shells? Cove started a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. Sure, bud. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. Where do shells come from? Like, do they come from the ocean floor? How are they crafted? I don't know. I've never been curious, but now that I'm reading this, I'm curious now. I am actually curious about this. If you know, let me know. If not, I'm not looking it up. I don't have the time. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with a pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when the wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. Good. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep it that way, Cove. What did you want to go to the shops for? What do you usually do? What do you want to go to the shops for? I'm gonna be nosy. Let's ask. I need a new sand pail. Okay. Hold on, my eye itches. Yeah, what happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second. It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. What happened to it? How did that happen, Cove? Well... Cove opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering. Why are you being so suspicious about this? Just tell me what happened to your pail. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope. It wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared. What about you? What do you do out here? I like swimming. I like looking at the fish. I like to build sandcastles. What do I like to do at the beach as a person who's only been to the beach once in their life? And it was barely because there were too many people there. If I had like a beach like to myself, I'd probably look at the fish. They don't like me, so they always swim away if I get close, but they're pretty before that. Oh my gosh. Cool. Starfish are fun. They aren't going anywhere, even if you touch them. A small laugh escaped you. That's true. Okay, here we are. We have to walk around. We have to do that whole thing? Okay. Once you reach the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Ooh, donuts. It was nice. It was not very nice. It was alright. It was aight. There was a lot going on, but it'd be staying at home and doing nothing all day. Did it? Did it though? I kind of like staying at home and doing nothing all day. You were sure that you and Cove could find something to fill the day if you looked around a bit. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, you two hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. 3? Okay. There was a little table next to him with a coat hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander" in glittery gold script. Ooh, that's nice. Why tell people his name if it's already on the sign? That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that. Cove hummed with an understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. I want to see the show. Yeah, sit your ass right here. I want to see some magic. I love magic shows. Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. He looked so bored. He may not be impressed, but at least he didn't ditch you. That's always a plus. It's bad when they ditch you. You grinned, waving for him to follow as you raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa. He is not impressed. Cove is not impressed. The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. At me? He reached out with a kind smile. Don't do that. What's this behind your ear? Nothing. Tell me. Tell me! This had to be going somewhere, and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped over. It was great. Is that great? You know what? Sure, I'll allow it. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from the clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of a normal circle. Boo! Boo! I hate dolphins, but I like balloons, so I'll accept this, but boo! And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you really were grateful he chose you. Look at me. Main character energy. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card! Any card! My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Oh, so that's why you've lost all sense of joy. Got it. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. Cove is just ruining the fun. He is. He's a good time ruiner. At least you had fun. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. At least I had fun. You saw a magic trick and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed inside there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up the kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, you picked up a magic 8-ball, you walked past the toys. I would never walk past the toys. Give me that magic 8-ball. Oh, Cove, check this out. You shifted your balloon string to the other hand so you could hold it up in front of you. Then you thought of a question in your mind. I have never been able to solve a Rubik's Cube. And I know there's tutorials on how to do it, but me, I'm bad at doing things. And the kaleidoscope, I don't know, kaleidoscopes make me dizzy, so I'm good. Then you thought of a question in your mind, shaking the ball and hearing some kind of liquid slosh around inside of it. Are you guys good at things like that, Rubik's Cubes? Can you solve them fast? I'd probably need like 10 years to solve one. Once you had given it a good shake, you held it upright, waiting for the answer to appear. I love me a magic 8-ball. I have a magic 8-ball command, by the way, if you want to ask it a question. Concentrate and ask again. You wrinkled your nose and set the magic 8-ball back on the rack. It wasn't the answer you were hoping for. What did I ask? Did I ask anything? I mean, I guess if you guys have had, I don't know, if you solved a Rubik's Cube, I guess that was a question, but it wasn't a question for the magic 8-ball. You've probably never solved one. Listen, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Thank you for the follow, Himbimbo. There's a Himbimbo. I like that, Himbimbo. It's fun. It's fun to say. But thank you. Welcome in. How are you doing? Would you like me to call you Himbimbo or Himbimbu? Do you want a different name? Whatever you like to be called, I will do it. Or if you want to lurk, that's okay too. Do not feel pressured to speak. You follow Cove around to the other side of the stall. It's Boo. You can just call me Bear if you want. Oh, okay. Got it, Bear. I love bears. Bears are my favorite animal. I love polar bears specifically. I want one. What am I gonna do with one? Love it. That's all anyone can do with a bear is love it. He went under the awning, careful on his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. But also, hi, thank you for following. Welcome in, Bear. You get it? You get it! I love that we see eye to eye on this. Did you have any places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. Let's ask him about his old life. Oh, he's in the corner. Cove blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You know how much he missed that place. Not really. Bears are the best. Bears are the best. I love bears. And I mentioned this before because I have a whole bunch of stuffed animals. And I told Gil, I was like, I don't have any bears. And he was like, what are you talking about? Most of your stuffed animals are bears. I'm like, where? And then it clicked. It hit me. I was like, you're right. I don't consider them bears. I just consider them family. They're my children. They're not bears to me. They're my babies. You nodded in understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. Maybe I'll get a bear. I made him buy me a hamster plushie a few days ago. But he said he wanted to get me something for Valentine's Day. And so maybe I'll get a bear. Or maybe I'll get a penguin. I just love stuffed animals so much. While Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with the colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read handmade standing proudly in front. This is why you have a wall of Care Bears. I used to have Care Bears, and then my dad gave my Care Bears to my little cousin, who I hated. It wasn't her fault. It was not her fault that I hated her, and I actually don't hate her anymore. Like, I grew out of it. And I really like her. She's really cute. She's like 19 now. Terrifying, scary, hate it. Why is she growing? She should stop growing. Everybody should just stop growing. But yeah, I had Care Bear. And my dad gave it to her. I miss that Care Bear. I don't remember what Care Bear it was, but I remember it was pink. There are lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, and a turtle. You guys know which one I'm picking. I'm picking the shark. I picked up the shark. I love me a shark. I love sharks. Your hand stopped on the shark. A devious smirk filled with sharp teeth on its face. Sharp teeth. Devious smirk? That is a whole baby. Don't try to demonize this shark. I love sharks. You weren't supposed to go near sharks in real life, but there was something about this shark you liked, and the fabric on its back was soft when you picked it up. You were instantly enamored. I have 3 sharks. I have a big giant shark that Gil got me for our first Christmas together. I got a tiny shark that my dad got me when we went to the aquarium together. And then I have a Valentine shark that I made Gil get me last year. It's sitting right here. His name's Bruce. His name's not actually Bruce. It's Bernard, but I hate that name, so I changed it to Bruce. Checking the price, though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought it was a lot to spend on one thing. It is a lot to spend on one thing. Damn inflation. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Though that changed the day you met Cove and his dad, you still had the $20 bill Mr. Holden gave you hidden away in your room. What Care Bears do you have, by the way? I'm curious. I want to know. It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend something that was at home. You couldn't spend something that was at home instead of in your pocket. Maybe you'd have to ask your moms to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you wanted. You only have one shark that you got for Christmas years ago. It's a Blaha named Blow. Blahaj. I want to know what shark this is. I'm gonna look this up right now. Blahaj shark. Ah! The IKEA shark. I love it. I want to go to IKEA. I want to have an IKEA date. Gil does not want to go to IKEA. IKEA is like 2 hours away from us anyway, but still, I want to go to IKEA so bad. I want him to give me that chunky bear. And then now that I know there's an IKEA shark, I also need the shark. Togetherness bear, dare to care bear, care a lot, cheer bear. I think I have love. I think I had care a lot. Cheer bear, love a lot, superstar bear, grumpy bear, tender heart bear, etc. You have a lot of bears, and I love that. I love that for both of us. Because I know that you have a whole bunch of bears, but you own them, so that's why I love that. Is that what you want? Oh, you gonna buy it for me, Cove? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's fine. Really? Are you sure? Hooray, you don't have to. I don't want you to get it for me, no. Are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. Not him getting a yellow bucket. Yellow must be his favorite color. I was always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. Oh, okay. Okay, I see he's flirting. You beamed, excited at the idea of displaying the keychain somewhere in your room. Somewhere in my room? No, I'm bringing that thing with me everywhere. I'm putting that shit on my backpack. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy you something for you. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. Why didn't I thank him for the first time? After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. Aww, our dolphins are in love. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Speaking of love, I finished Superstore. I finished Superstore last night, and I didn't know I was gonna finish it. Because usually the seasons are like 20-something episodes. Season 6 was 15. And you know what they did? They got back together. Praise be. The ship got back together, and I'm so glad, because I was like, if they don't get back together, I'm crying. And I didn't cry, but my tears, they welled up in my eyes, because I was like, oh my god, this is so cute, I love it. Anyway, it's Valentine's Day, the day of love for some people, and we've achieved love. We have achieved love in this house. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Why is your dad always giving people money? Let's not say that. He doesn't need to know about the money yet. Thanks for the keychain. Don't worry about it. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. Ooh, let's get food. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. Ooh. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around for a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. I'm a little hungry right now. I ate breakfast, but it was like 3 sausages, so. And like 3 sausage links, not like actual like long-ass sausages. And some pink lemonade, because, you know, it's Valentine's Day. We gotta do it up pink. Also, you guys like my new little overlay thingy? I think these hearts are so cute. I might keep them all year. Like, I got them for Valentine's Day, but I just think they're so cute. I'm in love with them. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Oh, did we? Okay. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony. There we go. I got the same. Of course, I'm not passing up cinnamon pretzel. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed you your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. Your moms didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. I don't care what my moms want. I'm a child. I can eat as much sugar as I want. That's not true. The little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. Ah, little cup of icing. I want pretzels now. You know what? I'm gonna make Gil take me to get pretzels Saturday after we go bowling. Yep, that's what we're doing. I'm getting pretzels. Pretzels at the mall. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out. to sit down. These balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know! After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it to a delicate bow around his wrist. I mean, that's one thing you could do, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. There, now you do mine. He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around the other. Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both balloons now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the dough treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with the smell as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done with before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. That is not like me at all. I am a slow eater. I'm usually the last one to finish my food. It goes, my grandma's the last to finish, then it's me, and then everybody else is just fast. They're just too fast. Slow down when you eat, you'll choke. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level, then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned it to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. I don't remember Cove. Maybe it's because I'm fond of him and I'm not indifferent. Maybe that's why. Because usually Cove was so mean to me when we were children and I was trying my best to be nice to him. But I guess because I'm fond of him, he's fond of me. Let me name it. Merryweather. Of course he has to be Prince of the Dolphins. Of course I'm not naming mine Cherry. Sam. That's cute. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's Prince of the Dolphins. He wears a crown made of seaweed and all of his friends are merfolk. Every now and then he'll make friends with the kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded with ribbons. What? Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gasp and gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. It's okay, princess. I'm not gonna make a joke. You offered to, I'm gonna give him my balloon. You offered to give Cove your balloon. I looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above. It's okay. I don't like dolphins that much, so you can have mine. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand. You decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. I'm gonna see if they'll let me do DLC. Oh, we can. Okay. We're going to the library now. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. That's the only reason to participate in things, so you can win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with the competitive Lizzie, I actually miss libraries, the DLC. So yeah, the top half of the little moments that we could do is like base game, and then there's DLC where you get like more moments to play. And the library is DLC. So the bottom row, is it row or is it column? I'm gonna say row. The bottom row is all DLC. And I was seeing if my DLC was installed. That's why I clicked on it. But it is. So, yay! The library is DLC. They tried to say that I had to buy a library card. I would never once in my life had to buy a library card. Library cards are free. You just literally go to your library. I love the library. I used to go to the library all the time when I was younger. Then we stopped. And I don't really know why we stopped, but we did. I miss the library. There's one near Gil's house, and it's walkable, but I don't know. Last time I went there, I felt very awkward in there. I love the library. Each time it's been one of the highlights of your summer, and you'd never been shy about letting your parents know that. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. Oh, okay. Do we have enough room in our car? It only looks like there's 4 seats, maybe 5. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all 4 of you. Oh, okay. So moms are not here. Got it. I would have been surprised if the library card cost some money there. Honestly, it's a bit surprising that it doesn't cost money. But no, the library is a public service. Some public services cost money, like the bus costs money. But the library does not cost money. It is actually utilized by a lot of homeless people because it doesn't cost money. So bless the library. Support your local library if you're American. If you're not American, support your library anyway because the library is an amazing place. Holds a bunch of knowledge. Has fun events sometimes. Go to the library. Read. After hurting the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has a stingray on it. Okay. Why do we need to know about his tattoo? I see it. We don't need to know about it. You can just say his left hand. Have fun, kids. Stay inside of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work. Do I read a lot? No. I used to read a lot. But now I don't. And I want to start doing that again. I actually have an app on my phone that lets me use my library card to take out digital books. And I use it sometimes, but I haven't used it recently. And I definitely should, but I've been so busy. I'm either depressed, anxious, or I'm working. And then like when I'm depressed or anxious, I'm trying to like distract myself. So you know what? It'd be a good idea to read. It would, since I'm like always staring at a screen all day. Thank you. I think I will. I will go find a book later tonight and I will read. Even though I would just be staring at a screen still. Decisions. Oh well. I should read more because obviously I need to. The literacy rate that I'm reading at is not okay. Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. Okay, Dad, bye. There's pointedly no reply after his son. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke. Cole's dad seems to deflate a little bit. You've been meaning to read more as well? What kind of genres do you guys like to read? I really liked realistic fiction. But, I don't know. I haven't read in a long time. I really do like realistic fiction. But I read webtoons. And I love the love ones and I love the comedy ones. I think they're so cute. Sometimes I'll read an action one. But it has to be like a really good action. Like the plot has to be there for me to read an action book or manga or webtoon. Last summer you read the first book of Lord of the Rings and haven't managed to start the second book yet. I have not read Lord of the Rings. Every single time I've tried to watch the movie, I've fallen asleep. And I don't mean to. I love Elijah Wood. That's my main man right there. But for some reason, I cannot sit through Lord of the Rings. It makes me sleepy. I want to watch it so bad, but every time, I can't. I just go to sleep. I'll swing around again when this shindig ends. How did you enjoy the first book, though? Like, do you really want to read, like, the second book, or are you just like, oh, okay, first book, it's okay. I heard it's a long read. It's a thick-ass book. Yeah, you can go home now. Ooh, tell him, Cove. Aw, you don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister already in full competition mode. Cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there. We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after, when we win. Okay. See you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up to me now. No, it's okay. My memory's shit too, Cove's dad. Bye, Dad. Bye, son. Look at us. I mean, you can't see me, but look at us. We're so cute. We're so cute and young. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Shiloh, you little baby. I love you. You're so cute. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in there. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first sense of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Lizzie and Cove stay fighting. They are never not fighting. The first book was really a long read with too much portraying things in your opinion. But it's interesting to read how different it was from the movie. Well, I mean, I feel like I'm more likely to read the book than watch a movie because I can take breaks with the book. But with a movie, I have to sit there. It's like a long period of time. Like, yeah, I can pause it and everything, but it's not the same. Because then it's stuck on my screen and I feel like I can't move it. It's a whole dilemma. Are these the Backstreet Boys in this magazine behind there? Are those Ken dolls? Okay. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at both of them. Then his eyes met yours. Oh, don't drag me into this. Do not drag me into this, Cove. Why are you looking at them? Princess is with us. Princess can come if they want to. Okay. Let's see. Well, they're making me pick sides. Let's go with Cove, since Cove is bestie. I'm just gonna go over to him. I'm not gonna say any words. I'm just gonna walk over. Lately, it's been reading the book of 5 Rings. It's like Sun Tzu's Art of War. You've been reading the book. Okay. I have not read that book, but I have heard of it. I heard that it's just like basically simple stuff that has to be explained. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's wild. But then you gotta remember, people are dumb. Like, people are really smart, but then there's people who are just dumb. And by people who are just dumb, that book was written for me. Because I am dumb. You walk over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie. I just don't use my context clues. As soon as I graduated high school, my context clues went out the window. Seriously? Cove looked surprised but happy at the same time. You talked about how much you enjoyed this on the ride over, so he probably hadn't been expecting you to side with him. Fine. Let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Look at them, they're so cute. It's really simple, self-explanatory stuff in there. I know. And yet, I feel like I could learn something. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. But it's still an interesting and easy read. I'll put that on my list. Hold on. I'll just put it on my phone. No, I won't, because then I won't look at it. I'll write it in my planner. This week's top 3, read this book. I've marked it in my planner. It's now something that I will look at least twice. She cares a lot about that. Yeah, Lizzie gets really competitive. I can tell. I don't know why, but like if I'm not focused on his little arm wrap here, it looks like he has hairy arms. And it's giving like Wolverine, like the outfit. It's giving Wolverine. That's all I have to say. I can tell. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. I thought we were exploring. Why are we playing hide and seek? See, look, hide and seek, not exploring. Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. You weren't entirely sure of how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. He's wrong, because what if he finds something he likes and he's gonna forget where I am? I'll hide first. Okay. Decision made, Cove took off toward the back of the library. You'd already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. Oh, okay. Mr. Hider over here. The place you decided to check was next to Peter Pan poster, beside the fairy tale display, behind the solar system model. Let's go to the fairy tale display, because I do like fairy tales. Near the older kids section, there's a display with a bunch of fancy looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Have you guys ever read the Grimm Adventures books? I haven't, and I want to. See, I haven't been reading, so I forget about things that I want to do. I think I did read the Little Mermaid one, though. I think I read the Little Mermaid one and Hansel and Gretel, but I haven't read the rest of them. Those stories are terrifying sad. Also, I think I also read Cinderella. Crazy about the Cinderella story. Hi Megan, welcome in. How are you? Can't say you have. Well, if you like fairy tales and you want to know about the origins, there you go. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section. Hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. Yeah, so it's Hans Christian Andersen and like the Brothers Grimm. You're tired and feeling antsy? Oh no. How's your sickness coming along? Are you feeling better? Are you just tired? Or are you just tired and anxious? Or are you sick? That's basically what I want to know. I want to know if you're feeling better. I hope you are. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. See? Boo! Ah! I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Listen, I know you. Me and you besties. Of course. Nice one. This is the first place I looked. Pouting, he dusted off his pants. Really? Really? Your turn now. I want to cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove hid his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, you went to go hide. You're kind of better with sickness, but feeling impulsive when screaming to the void. I feel that all the time. All the time. I also want to scream into the void. Well, if you have a pillow, I heard that helps. It kind of helps me, but like not really. It's not the same. As far as anxiousness and feeling impulsive, why don't you pace? You can pace back and forth or go for a nice little walk in your apartment neighborhood if you're feeling up to it. I don't know if you're feeling up to it, because sometimes when I'm anxious, I don't feel like doing anything. I don't feel like going anywhere, but I do pace. I am a pacer. So where am I gonna hide? By the fire winter station, near the stuffed animals, under the giant piece of fruit. Ew. Not me eating fruit. I don't have scurvy, okay? I don't have scurvy. Everything's okay. In the fantasy section, I also like fantasy section. Near the toddler books. Toddler books are so cute. I love the little toddler books. Let's hide near the stuffed animals. Let's blend in. You did scream into the pillow? You think you're going to go to Dollar Tree? Need to get organization supplies? Got it. I love that. I wish we lived closer, because I would go to Dollar Tree with you, because I like I like going to the stationery. Stationery is one of my favorite things. I love pens, I love pencils, I love paper, notebooks, stickers, all of that good stuff. I love it. It fills me with joy. I don't know why, it just does. There was a place near the toddler books with lots of stuffed animals for kids to play with. A tiny section among the boxes of toys and beanbags were almost out of sight if you didn't check closely. It was a perfect place to blend in, and for a little while, you did just that. Your Dollar Tree is basically across the street from you. I think I have a Dollar Tree across the street from Gil. And there's another one down the road. And there's a Family Dollar down the other way. He sure does have a lot of stores near him. Anyway, that's not the point. Unfortunately, all those stuffed animals were also your downfall. As soon as you took a breath and leaned back, one of their press-to-talk sensors went off. No! Oh dear, I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. I'm late. I'm late for a... Like a super spy detective on the trail of a diabolical supervillain, which in this case was probably you. Cove was there as soon as the white rabbit started speaking. Wow, that's loud. Did this thing's yelling give me away? Yep. There was nobody else over here. You sighed. I thought so. I wish you could be with me right now. Like, we could go shopping or sit and do nothing. Honestly, that would be kind of nice. I would enjoy doing that. Because I wanted to, for Valentine's Day, I wanted to go to Walmart and like pick out some things and make this really creative project to give to Gil for Valentine's Day. But I don't like going places by myself. So I didn't go. Plus the Walmart's not close to me at all. So I'd have to go with Gil, and then he'd know what I was doing, but I'll just do it next year. Because I told him what I was doing. He was like, oh, that's a good idea. So I'll just do it next year. I'll make him come with me and he can watch me do the craft. Because I was also going to make a video about it. But I didn't. I was going to, but I didn't. He wiggled in his spot far away from the rabbit and gestured to the rest of the library. It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Same. You gotta move closer. Don't. You're probably fine where you are. Actually, I want to go up that way. I have, there's someone else that lives, in the city that you live in. Okay. I'm trying to see if any of your friends can call while you go to Dollar Tree, but no one is available and you don't want to go outside, but at the same time, facts. How's your boyfriend feeling? Is he still sick? Did he go back to work yet? Cove started off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. Okay. 1 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again. There were still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was... I don't feel like the Christmas stuff would be it. It could be it, because who would look near the Christmas stuff? It's old. But maybe. You know what, let's go behind the Willy Wonka statues. Why do they have Willy Wonka statues here? He quit his job because he hated it and does not go outside. Usually he hates going out more than us. Oh my god. Poor boyfriend. We're really in it. Also, same, Gil does not like going outside that much either. Like, he likes outside, but he doesn't like outside. I hope he gets a better job that he doesn't hate, that he can tolerate. He's gaming right now? Okay. What's he playing? Probably the same game he's always playing. He's loud? Oh my gosh. Tell him to shut up. I'm joking. Don't say that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how you talk to your boyfriend. I tell Gil to shut up. He tells me to shut up too, so it's okay. He must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues, you thought, and you were right. Cove was standing there looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first sight. But he wasn't really hiding at all. He's terrible at hide and seek. He's playing Helldivers right now. Oh, I know about that game. I don't know that game, but I know about it a little bit. Reiku was playing it. I think it's Reiku. It could be Raikou. But I'm just shouting him out because he was very helpful to me yesterday. You should all go follow him. Let me see. What is his... How do you spell his name? I need to look at this real quick. Give me a second. I gotta find him. There it is. Okay. Can I just copy and paste this? I'm shouting him out because he deserves all the shout outs. Oh, that doesn't do anything. Sorry. Oh, my thing switched. My thing switched on. There we go. That's what I meant to do. Let me switch this back here. Don't know why that changed. Thank you. He plays Hell Driver, and we need to get him to affiliate, so. What did you say, though? Greg can't tell when people are just teasing him, to be honest. I remember his sister said something, and he got upset with her even though she was messing with him. To be honest, I'm the same because your girl takes everything literally. Honestly, I feel that. I do feel that. I do end up getting offended a lot. And then I'll go back to something like months later, and I'm like, oh, they did not mean that way. I'm very sensitive, so. What is this? What is this? Hold on. Jay, thank you for the raid. Oh my god, how was your stream? You're playing Overwatch 2? You can't read sarcasm? Same. I mean, I can, but I can't at the same time. But also, Jay, welcome in. Hi, raiders. Hi, hello. Hold on, let me do my raid intro. Hello, future loyal subjects. I'm Princess Blue, your princess. Please refer to me as such. I play mostly story-driven or relaxing games. Feel free to stay and admire as long as you'd like. Please take care of yourself. If you need to go, that is okay. You don't have to speak at all. If you want to be here and not say anything, that is okay. If you gotta dip out and go, that's okay to do too. Please take care of yourself. But Jay, hello. Let me read this. Let me read this thing that you got here. Greetings, noble seekers of the digital realm. I present to thee a summary that esteemed Jay Ashmeadeye's recent chronicles. Within the Overwatch 2 arena, they have commanded the battlefield as the baby biscuits. Oh my god. A moniker both fierce and endearing. Their questing led them through hordes of undead and across island shores, whilst also partaking in tranquil pastimes amongst Stardew Valley verdant fields. Behold their chibi transformation, a 3-day spectacle graced with charm and cheer. Verily a safe haven for all souls they provide. Go follow Jay for not following Jay. Jay's great. We stand Jay here. But right now we are playing Our Life Beginning and Always. It's a dating sim and it's really cute, and we're at the childhood stage right now. I should probably continue. You'd probably be interested in watching me continue. You love Overwatch 2? You love Stardew Valley? Then you should definitely go follow Jay because he plays Overwatch 2 and Stardew Valley. Oh, hey. These are creepy. The statues are made of brass. Lizzie had told you once. Apparently they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. What? Charlie Bucket, Augustus Gloop, oh my gosh, Veruca Salt. I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Oh my gosh, guys, you have not seen me in real life, but I have this tracksuit. And it makes me, and I have this wig, and it makes me look like Violet Beauregard. It's everything's blue. It's a blue. Let's keep playing. I can still win. He puts his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. What the fuck do you want, lady? Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. We've been doing this for an hour? Win hard. We'll be winning. Why is she looking for... That's a great question. But apparently she's looking for us because Dad was here. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Hold on. I'm hot, but the thingies... What are these called? Sleeves? The sleeves keep touching my chair and it's making a squeaky noise and it's irritating me. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. Yeah, you're princess, right? I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know what noise that was. You nodded. Why doesn't the librarian know me? The librarian should know me. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him. And the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's get you reunited so we can close up for the night. How long were we here? Close up for the night. Okay, you gotta go, but you love me? Love you too. Bye, Megan. Hope you feel better. Stay beautiful. Ready to go home, you and Cole followed him up front where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. You don't have to disclude Shiloh like that, like damn. Let him feel part of the family. There you are. She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Streamlabs sure is talking. Thanks for talking, Streamlabs. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd have been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad. Yeah. Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face. Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in victor-to-be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. That's so weird, Lizzie. Why do you want to ride in the front seat? That's Cove's dad. Let Cove ride next to his dad. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not forgiven your betrayal. Lizzie, you gotta understand. I'm a bought friend, okay? I have to be friends with Cove. Am I enjoying being friends with Cove? Yes, but also, I have a job. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he cheered up some as you hopped in the back seat next to him. Are you guys gonna put me in the middle? Put Shiloh in the middle. He's the smallest. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going. No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder. Oh my gosh. Girl, calm down. I get it though. I get it. I understand. I understand, Lizzie. I see you. But girl, calm down. Sure. Striving to improve is good too. That makes Princess the winner in your family. Oh, she's gotta be. Someone's gotta be. What? Princess kept finding me in our game. I lost. Not him trying to give me a big head. We need a rematch. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning. Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You added the seat that she fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. I mean, yeah. Get to sit next to Mr. Holden. Ooh. Dad. Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. What? Why is his dad? I mean, I get it. He's spoiling his kid because his kid doesn't want to be here and he's trying to make his kid feel more comfortable. But sir, you are doing this the wrong way. Right, the big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mom even gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see. Let's ask her. I'll talk to all of your moms about this. You whooped. Whoop, 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 whoop. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into if you do have a... Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I swear I can read, but I can't. I worry about you, and I bet Princess' parents wouldn't want them to run off unexpectedly either, okay, son? That's my boy. Now enough gruff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? I don't want a pepperoni pizza. I don't like pepperoni. I'll just take a plain cheese, since I know you're not gonna go with my restrictions that I have for pizza. And the conversation continued from there with debates on what was best to put on a pizza for the rest of the drive. What would you guys get on a pizza? My go-to pizza is usually chicken bacon ranch, but some places do that wrong. So sometimes I'll get an Alfredo pizza and I'll get like chicken and spinach Alfredo sauce. And because I've been trying to eat tomato sauce pizza, I've just been getting plain cheese. Pepperoni is yumsters, but kind of dull if it's the only one. I hate pepperoni. Illegal, banned, nasty, gross, disgusting. But I'm glad you enjoy pepperoni. At least someone's out here eating the pepperoni, so I don't have to eat it. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies. Boy, no. And the other 3 kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Co's dad laughed in the front seat made you wonder if he's doing it on purpose. I mean, I've personally never had anchovies, at least I don't think, but I know they put anchovies in like Caesar salad sauce, dressings, not sauce, dressing. They put it in the Caesar dressing. So anchovies aren't that bad, but if I had it on my own, I feel like I wouldn't like it. And that's such a Cove's dad answer, because this man is obsessed with the sea. That's the only like sea creature you can get on pizza. You'll eat pepperoni and you can have the spinach. Okay. Perfect, beautiful. I love spinach. You'd had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of a free pizza after all and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. It was a shame that you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. Okay. So this is what I think we're gonna do. I think we're gonna do Grown Up, Ghost, Long Day, Barbecue, Sandcastle, Runaway, Fireflies, Sleepover. So we get the DLC content too, and I'm not just doing it like shroop and then shroop. I think it's more fun to be staggered this way. So, Grown Up. You'll probably have ham, salami, blue cheese, and bacon or mozzarella. What is with you and blue cheese? Is that your favorite cheese? I'm not judging you. I used to like blue cheese too, but I don't anymore. And I don't know what happened to me not liking blue cheese, but I just don't like blue cheese. Maybe it's because my tummy hurt. It makes my tummy hurt. Maybe that's it. But I like provolone and I like mozzarella. Ooh, guys. My package is out for delivery. It's out for delivery. It could be here soon. It could be here soon. I'm so excited. Sorry, I'm checking my emails. I'm checking my emails. Is out for delivery. It went out for delivery at 12:10. I'm so excited because that means we can switch over to Animal Crossing and we can do Valentine's Day and all the stuff that we were supposed to do this morning. Because right now it's supposed to be our break time and then I would switch to this game. But like we can do it. We can switch it either or. Don't worry about it. We got this. We got this. You love blue cheese. There's this one place that makes burger pizzas here. Like, do they just put hamburger meat on the pizzas or like what? For some reason that does not sound appetizing to me. It makes my tummy hurt. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. It's pretty good. It has cheddar, cheese sauce, beef and roast, salad, and Long Island burger sauce. Salad? What are these items? What is Long Island burger sauce? I have not heard of any of these things. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. I have to look up what this. What is beef and roast for one thing? Beef and roast? Is it beef? Is it roast beef or is it something different? They put the salad after the oven. What kind of salad do they put on there? I'm flabbergasted. What is this creation? Koza had dropped him off earlier and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. It's never too warm to play with toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes and her smile spread wide across her face. Prob's easier if you show it. If you want to, you can post it in the Discord in the post office. This is my brother. My brother messaged me an hour ago. I don't usually check Discord unless like someone like notifies me to check it. But I just noticed that my brother messaged me an hour ago asking me for something. There's a post office in the Discord. Yeah, so if you go, you should have access to all the channels. In order to get access to all the channels in the Discord, you have to agree to the rules. So you would go to let me see. It should be accessible to you. Kingdom laws. So in welcome to my kingdom, you have an introduction message and it tells you to stop by kingdom laws, and then in kingdom laws you would press the agreement button and then you would have access to all the other channels in the Discord. Sorry, I'm checking my Discord now. Let me know when you post it and I will look at it. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. There's always inside telling everybody they're too busy to play. I mean, not all adults. Some adults have a job to play outside. Why? I said why. And it'll be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Song, welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing, bestie? The Discord being talked about, by the way. The Discord being talked about, by the way. Song's in the Discord. I mean, I don't post often because I forget. My brain doesn't remember things sometimes. But I try to. I try to be a bit active. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove. Girl, get it. Princess, what do you think? Do you want to? Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know. What? Let's do it. Cove, I'm with Lizzie this time. Now it's there? Okay. I see this pizza. For some reason, it's reminding me of the jungle. I don't know why, but looking at this pizza, I am in a jungle. And I'm fighting for my life. Thank you for sharing this, though. What an interesting pizza. What is this? Aww. They just put a Valentine in there. And with a link to the untold story of Peacherun. Okay. I will definitely look at that later. If you guys want to join the Discord, anyone's free to join, but you have to be older than 18. Because you should already, if you're here and you're not 18 and up, then you shouldn't be here. But to join the Discord, you literally have to be 18 because sometimes there's topics, you know? Sometimes there's topics. You do? Seriously? Yeah. Hooray! Okay, let me think. What do I want to be? Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. Okay. I'm going to be a professional golfer. Princess, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have an idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep, I hate this. I hate sports, Lizzie. You should know this. But there's other kinds of sports too. It isn't the same. What do you think, Princess? Don't the choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? It really doesn't. I hate those choices, girl. I'm sorry. Terrible choices. I don't want to play sport. Lizzie pouted, resting her hands on her hips and tapping her foot impatiently. Well, too bad. I made the plan and you are part of it. So choose one already. Okay, damn. Cove was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. You thought over the list of possibilities: beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, you'd prefer to play tennis. I prefer tennis out of all of those. You remembered, Mom, you had a couple of old tennis rackets lying around somewhere, but you forgot where you had seen them last. You could check the attic for them, although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that now that she had you here. Yes, that was clearly the top option. I want to be a tennis player. How about you, Cove? I picked volleyball. I should have known. What does that mean, you should have known? Do you know something about Cove that I don't, Lizzie? Aw, fellow tenniser. I played tennis for a little bit when I was younger. I used to do mini activities when I was younger, when I wasn't poor. Okay, so Princess, you're a famous tennis player, and Cove, you're on a popular beach volleyball team, and Lizzie's ponytail bobbed when she proudly stretched out her arms wide. Do you play tennis, Song? I think I would prefer badminton as opposed to tennis, but I'll play tennis. Not well, but I'll play it. We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. They have an Olympic team for tennis in the Olympics? I would never have known. Cole didn't seem all impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted his glasses on his nose. That's really specific. That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals, and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter if you know who she is, it's a golf thing. They have a golf team in the Olympics? You know what? I don't care. The only time I ever really cared about the Olympics was when EXO sung at the Winter Olympics. That's the only time I've ever really cared. Yeah, not officially ever on a team or anything, but it's pretty fun to play with friends. Oh, I love that you have friends to play with. I love how you have friends that you can play with. All I have is Gil. No, that's not true. That's not true. I have friends I could play with, but I don't know if they'd be down to play. But, like, I can't force them to play with me like I can force Gil to play with me. He's held captive. You guys won medals, too. Oh, did we? Cove, your team was bronze, and Princess, you barely missed out on the gold and got silver. It's more fun if we're not all first place. Silver sucks. I don't silver. I'm okay with that. Hey, we can do better than silver. Silver's not bad. Nice. What? I'm okay with that. Oh, you don't? You haven't played since you were a kid? Would love to play again? I'll play you. We'll play a great round of tennis. Ooh, Wii Sports. We should play Wii Sports. What if we could play Wii Sports from different places? That would be amazing. There has to be a digital tennis we can play. One of these days, we're going to play Wii Sports together. And we're going to play tennis. And it's going to get really competitive. Also, baseball. I love playing Wii Baseball. So fun. You shrugged your shoulders, agreeing with Lizzie. A silver medal was still really good in the Olympics. I'm not. Cove folded his arms across his chest. I mean, yeah, Lizzie, you're kind of being really mean to Cove right now. Apparently not as happy as you were with the decision. Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way, that wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. Lizzie, you're doing the most. You're doing the most here, girl. So, what kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him. Apparently, because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking her tongue out. That's boring. We already have that. No, not like normal houses here with the street on it. Right on the sand by the water. That's what Gil wants. That's what he wants. I don't want that. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. I mean, technically, there are houseboats. There are houseboats. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You're never putting your house so close to the water? Yeah. It's a no from me. I know about the creatures, okay? I know about the water creatures, and they'll come into your house, and they'll steal your food. They won't. But when you live closer to water, you do get more spiders, and I don't want that. I don't want a single spider. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? It's true. It's true. Jeez, well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing. How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling into fists at her sides. It's not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreement always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. I sure am. Siri, play Stuck in the Middle by Paramore. When it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought... Hold on, no, Siri, stop. No.
No problem, I won't.
I didn't think it was going to be triggered. I did not think that was going to be triggered. Hold on, my brother. Oh, okay. Hold on, my brother texted me. Okay, so what would I prefer? I prefer a mansion. I would prefer a mansion. I live in a mansion too. A huge one with at least 20 rooms. Yes. I get it. Aha! See? Cove was not convinced. Listen, Cove, you don't have to go with what I want. I love the idea of you being your own person, a free spirit. But I want a large house. What's that one song? Forget it. I'm not even gonna think about it. You can swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. The two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable. You... I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Why not a mansion on the beach? Compromise? No. I refuse. That's too much real estate I would take up. I just have a whole beach. I might as well get a private island at that point. Nothing he said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, princess, it's time to go get ready. Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. What do you mean? Mans lives across the street. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But... Bye, princess. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Okay? Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. My brother asked me to buy him this Persona 3 Reloaded record. And I'm like, I can't afford that. I honestly, if I had the money, I would, because I also love Persona 3. Like, that's our game. That's what we bond over. But I cannot afford it right now. I literally just had to buy a cheap capture card and something else. And I had to cancel therapy this week because I cannot afford it. Let me laugh at his message real quick. The discs have holographic shards in them to look like the cover. I can't. Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? I'm snitching. No, Lizzie and Cole kept yelling at each other. They wouldn't stop fighting about everything. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed as Mom put both hands on her hips. Something about me when I was younger? I snitched on my brother all the time. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was... No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Oh, right. We better get a move on. Let's go, kids. Neolani, where did you leave the car keys? Her name's Neolani? Okay, that's an interesting name. I vibe. I pick it up. Putting it down. We're vibing. Mom hustled you all to the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mom used to ask you what you'd like to listen to. You picked your favorite song. It always made the car ride more fun. You chose a soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple of months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that put your hair up. Fuck Lizzie. It's my time. I'm the youngest. I get to pick my song. Finally, we singing my song. Eventually, Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. You both knew all the words. Your moms even sang along too. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. Okay. What a sentence. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell she really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you all had been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting. You hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that... What? A bunch of shouting you hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all of this helped Lizzie be less angry. Don't forget to save, stretch. Okay, hold on. I'll save. Right here. Saved, stretch, hydrate. Okay, I'll hydrate, then I'll stretch. I got lemonade. Not very hydrating. It's pink lemonade though for Valentine's Day. I'm stretching. Oof. Eef. Stretched. Completed. That was your first save? Yeah. This is my first save. You think I'm out here remembering the save? You played this game before? I did not know you played this game before. I mean, this was not my first save. I have another save. I just started a new game. Oh my god, I did not know you played this game before, Song. I love that we have this experience together. Hold on, let me get the thingies. Let me get the thingies. Managed them, complete all. Complete all. Managed. Mischief managed. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from the silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only buckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips. Do you have the DLC as well, Song? because I've bought the DLC. All of Cove's DLC, I got it. Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. Okay, damn, you don't gotta say that to me, game. I get it, I understand. You felt a little guilty, like you betrayed your sister. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. But it was her fault for doing it in the first place. You know what? As a sibling, I probably would feel guilty. My brother would definitely guilt me. You can still remember the look on Lizzie's face. There was no doubt she felt that way about it. Two of you had done worse things to each other in the past, though. She'll get over this. Oh, okay. Damn. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed the button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove? Lizzie Rigel? What a surprise! But of course you can say hey to the boy. You don't have the DLC yet? Was waiting for them to be on sale, if they ever are. I don't know if they ever go on sale. I bought all of Cove's DLC. It's like $15-ish all together. But I haven't bought the other boys DLC because I haven't really played with them. So in my own file, I only got to like, adolescence. I only got to adolescence and I didn't even get that far in adolescence. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest. Her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Neolani, Princess, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. You spoke up to say hello to... Are you sure I'm gonna be fucking nosy? Hey, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove? A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. I already did one of the DLC moments. So I'm going back from the base game, then doing the DLC and base game DLC, like that. So we get like a mixture of it. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a bit of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you. Princess is on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? Probably not, knowing that I'm here. It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad. Hello? You opened your mouth only for Mommy to catch your eye and shake her head softly. You frowned but didn't say anything. Oh, hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove, why are you like this? Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away. I just called to say I'm sorry. For not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too because he sighed quietly. I want gold. And I think Princess should win too. Oh, you think I should win too? Okay. Okay. He's got a crush on me. I love it. Really? He thought you were worth gold even though you hadn't even wanted it? We're gonna be so in love when we're older. Oh my god. I'm picturing it now. Lizzie was momentarily stunned, silent by the demand. She probably forgot that had even happened already. Alright, we all win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone as acceptance of the apology. Mom crossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. We wondered if she had thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. I'm Cove, honestly. I get it. Bye, Lizzie.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. No.
Yeah.
not the voice acting every time. Yeah. Bye. I accidentally scrolled. That's why that was happening. Bye, princess. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled even if you couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. Why is that funny? That's so cute and funny. I love it. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up. All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mom's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now, too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. Excuse me. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Look at me, solving problems. I love that for us. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. Damn, she snored that loud? She snored that loud I can hear her in the next room? Crazy. Couldn't be me. I don't snore. No matter what Gil tells you, I don't snore. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you, did it? You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. Should I have not done this one yet? I know there's not a particular order, but it's making it seem like summer's, like, ending. I haven't done, like, even half of the DLC yet. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how he had such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up to you. Then, you heard something scrape against the window. Oh. It wasn't that uncommon for a wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst times sometimes. Nope. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. There we go. I can read. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You went back to bed. It was only your imagination. Of course I'm investigating this creepy sound. I'm a child. I have to. It's too creepy to ignore. I cannot sleep until I know. There was a time in the summer I had a Dora Explorer pillow, okay? That bitch laughed. She cackled. With a swiftness, I threw her into my closet and I closed it, I locked it. I was like, nope, I'm not doing this. No pillow is gonna laugh at me. I was probably sleep deprived thinking about it. But no, I for one, 100%, that pillow laughed. It was scary. It cackled. She wanted to go on an adventure. I don't care if she wanted to go on an adventure. Pillows shouldn't be cackling like witches, okay? You practically jumped out of bed and crept downstairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past. Bad parents. Bad parents. Keep an eye on your kids. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. Honestly, they're not bad parents. They assume that I'm asleep. But obviously, if they're downstairs doing stuff and they don't see me slip past them, that's suspicious. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It was exhilarating. It made you regret your decision. It scared you. Honestly, when I snuck out of the house, it was exhilarating. I snuck out of my house one time, and I tell you, the fun I had. Your chest was light, and you couldn't keep the grin from your face. No one had permitted you to go out. In fact, no one even knew you were out, and yet here you were. I was a child, too. Like, I was, like, around 8 years old, and I was grounded, and I snuck out of the house because my dad wasn't there, but my grandma was there because she lived with us at the time. And she was downstairs, and I wasn't supposed to be outside, but I sure the hell went the fuck outside to play with my friends. You wonder what else you could do. What other rules were so ingrained that you had never even considered that they could be broken? Princess, what the fuck are you doing out here? And your sweater? I like your sweater. It's a nice sweater. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. Why is he out here? It was strange, yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing out in the middle of the street from my window. That has to be creepy. Okay, like, him being creepy watching me, that's not the part. That's not what I'm saying is creepy. Just seeing your friend, why did I say it like that? Seeing your friend just in the middle of the street at night, staring at nothing, terrifying. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned up his lip to smile. Look at this smug ass bitch. Almost as if he were amused by the question. Because what, Cove? Because of what? Because what? Because I wasn't. I would have picked the other one if because of what wasn't there. I would have picked the top one that was blue. I think it was blue. Was it blue or yellow? His tone was irritated now. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to irritate you. That wasn't really fair since he hadn't given you a proper answer the first time, or the second for that matter. Why aren't you sleeping? You weren't even in your house. Tempting as it was to turn his technique back on him, you decided to lead by example and show him what a real answer looked like. Boo! I want to play games too. There was a strange noise coming from outside. I came to check it out. You heard it too? Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. I feel like he's playing games with me right now. Did it scare you? A little. Me too. I feel better that you're here. Aw, how cute. Friendship. Me too. The two of you delicately smiled at that. Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you both felt the same way about things. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the still. What is this sound? What if it's a water monster? A kraken? What if it's a kraken? Or a siren? Do you think it's a siren? We were just talking about them before. Were we talking about krakens before? When? I feel like I don't remember talking about krakens, but you're probably right. I do mention krakens sometimes. You never know when you need to talk about krakens. The two of you rapidly look around, trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that it could be anything. It had to be a ghost. There's gotta be a regular reason for it. It could be anything. Water monsters in general, when talking about not having a house on the beach. I mean, yeah, you're right. I'm not having a house on the beach. I'd have a house near the beach, maybe, but not on the beach. Like, hurricane season's gonna be wild. You probably won't even be able to have a basement either. Yeah, I don't think they have basements in Florida. Because hurricane season, like, really hits Florida. Yeah, I don't want to live on the beach. I want a basement. You weren't going to roll out possibilities yet. It was a mystery. Do you think it was... Do you think it was a ghost? It might be. I don't know. Mom said ghosts aren't... Fuck what Mom says. I believe in ghosts. It might be. I don't know. The thought of some sinister, invisible thing lurking in the darkness wasn't exactly a pleasant one. Cove seemed downright terrified at the notion. First of all, not all ghosts are sinister. They're not poltergeists. They're just ghosts. At least as long as the two of you stuck together, everything would be okay. Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look more somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. Where are we going? You clustered together as you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. If our parents catch us, I really want to know what the consequences would be. Because I don't believe in parents laying hands on children. I think that's like a terrible thing to do. My parents used to do that to me. If I have a kid, I'm not doing that to my child. But I don't know how his dad would react. I feel like he wouldn't lay hands on his child. Mommy, though. Mommy might lay hands. She's black. We don't know. She could. She could lay hands. I feel like she would. You cluster together as you walk the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. Shadows cut corners and angles. Yeah, that says angles. Okay. Where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. You stayed frozen to the spot. You took a deep breath to calm yourself. You comforted him. You offered him your hand. You focused at hold hands. I'm playing with them like dolls now. Hold hands. You really wanted to be there for him and wanted to show that. Your hand was left up for him to take. Cove's mouth opened wordlessly. There was a pause, but ultimately, he accepted the offer. Ooh. 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 His hand was really sweaty. Ew. It was sweaty, but it didn't bother you. It did bother me. What I would do if his hand was sweaty, I would definitely take my hand back, wipe my hand, and then grab his hand again. Because I don't want all that excess sweat. I'll take some of the sweat, but not all of it. But not him being sweaty. You once saw a video of someone having two dolls of characters they shipped, and they hot glued and melted the hands together. You know what? That's me coded. I would have done something like that in my youth. You were scared too, but being able to comfort Cove was the most important thing right now. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together. Song, when you played this, did you, take Mr. Holden's money? Your fingers locked around each other even tighter. Where did you want to check? The park, the beach, the hill. Let's check the hills behind my house because I feel like that's where the noise is coming from. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or a towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in your neighborhood, with just as little indication behind the cause. But you kept going forward, you ran away, you snuck back to your neighborhood quietly. We're gonna keep going forward. We're pushing forward. I'm nosy. I'm curious. You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out of place sight pinpointing the answer to this mystery. Without visible markers to guide your way, you supposed it was up to you and Cove to deduce the source of the sound. What if it was just like Lizzie just snoring even louder? That's what the noise was. The hill had many great hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, peered up trees, and rummaged in thick grass for anything that might come close, that might bring some closure on all of this. What if it's a bear? I hope it's a bear. You stuck close to Cove as you hunted for the source of the noise. When the shrieking noise shook the air, seeing him beside you calmed your racing heart. You think you did? You were trying to do what a kid would do, which was, okay, I'll take the money, but no obligation to actually do this thing. If the kid is cool, I'll be his friend. And if not, I'll still have... It's $20, actually. That's the money. The money's $20. Honestly, same. Also, being terribly shy, you would need incentive. As a child, I was not shy. I didn't become shy until around, I guess, like, this age that I'm playing at now. But, like, before like, age 8, I was not shy. I was in everybody's face. I was like, you're gonna like me, or else. But now, I'm super shy. Seeking to ease your nerves and put aside thoughts of what might be out on this dark, spooky night, you decide to strike up a conversation. Your search for the topic was more fruitful than your search for the noise. Your eyes fell on Cove's cast, and you were instantly inspired. Have you broken any other bones?
No.
Oh. It turned out that wasn't much of an engaging topic for him after all. I feel that. I broke my leg once, my arm was broken before too. I've never broken any bones. I sprained my ankle before. I have never broken any bones. Why is he smiling at me like that? He's in love. I got this boy locked down. When I did this on my personal playthrough, like I said, I only reached like adolescence and I didn't have the DLC. This man, he was so mean to me. He was so unbothered. That put an end to your injury discussion, but Cove's calmer mood alleviated the bleak atmosphere like you hoped it would. Cove cast his eyes out to the darkness, feeling bolder. Does this make you feel strange? We were people who heard weird noises at night and are looking for what it is. It honestly should have a broken bone by now. You honestly should have had a broken bone by now. Somehow you haven't. Honestly, I feel that. I do feel that. The closest thing I had that came to a broken bone is me having a concussion. That's the closest thing. I had that when I was like, what, 8 or 9? Because I was a cheerleader. Yeah. I was a cheerleader and I tried to do a back bend and it didn't work. It's like we're at the start of a book or movie and we're the main characters. I kind of miss doing back bends. I loved cracking my back that way. But as an adult, it's hard for me to do back bends because I have so much extra like body now. Extra body and no longer child-sized. Oh, you're a cheerleader? Yeah. Not a very good one, but I was one. I was one like age 8 or 9, and then I moved. I transferred schools. And I thought about being a cheerleader again, but then at that point in my life, I was already very emo, and that would have ruined my reputation. But I already ruined my reputation when I started bringing my One Direction covered laptop to school in 11th grade, so. Yeah. It's a horror story, it's an action story, it's a fantasy story, it's a documentary. We're David Attenborough. Journalists studied the adventures of kids as they had searched for the heart of the noise. Did they find it? Only time will tell. Let's check in with one of the brave heroes, Cove Holden. Cove, how did you feel about doing such an incredible feat? Pretty scared. Aw, that's okay. Thanks. This is cute. This is cute. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you had established that it was not coming from the hill. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found in the hill, you considered your next step. Let's go check the park. The private playground was as empty as ever. You could just about hear the mysterious sound if you were quiet, but it had simmered down to a whisper. Cove was practically shaking when he realized it had progressed far enough to reach there. He swallowed hard, but faced you with a determined face. My dad says, good detectives' work starts at home. He watches a lot of crime shows, so maybe it could be good to look closely? Okay. The two of you swept through every corridor of the park. No monkey bar, swing, or tire went unchecked. Huh? He was squatting on the ground, squinting at something in his hand. Intrigued, you checked over his shoulder so you could see too. Cove held it up in his palm. Coiled inside was a length of sparkly chain, grains of sand embedded in the fine links. Lifting it up, it became apparent how this had come to be here. You'd seen bracelets and necklaces enough to recognize that the clasp which held it together had snapped. It's broken. It's silver. Werewolves hate silver. Other things too, I think. If this noise is caused by a monster, we can protect ourselves with it. You'll scare it away with junk. What if it's not real silver? We can protect ourselves with it. We gotta play along. Yeah. He flicked the chain as if racking a... No, he flicked the chain as if cracking a tiny whip. I wonder if there's anything else we can use out here. Cove considered this, frowning. I should have grabbed some garlic before I left. For the vampires, Cove. I'm not gonna bully him. I just told him we could use that chain to protect ourselves. His frown evolved into a scowl. It probably wouldn't have worked. Dad doesn't even have real garlic. What do you have that's not real garlic? Unless you're talking about like garlic powder or something. He gets fake garlic? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's little flakes in a jar, not real balls. Not real balls you have to cut up like Mom uses. Oop. Oop. Is that a vampire? Well, because it's still garlic. It's not fake garlic. It's still garlic, but it's grounded up garlic. So no, I'm gonna say he's not a vampire, but I think his dad is a sea creature. I think his dad is a merman. Flakes might be easier to use. It's still real garlic, just already chopped up. Oh, see, look at that. I was not even looking at the options. That can't taste as good. It does taste pretty good. I use garlic powder all the time. We won't need it anyway. It's still garlic. Maybe. From his begrudging tone, you could tell that he was still firmly on the side of fresh garlic. Okay. Why are you gasping? Because you think his dad's a vampire? I don't think his dad's a vampire. Like I said, he's a merman for sure. You had exhausted all the possible places to search in the park. Straightening up, you mused over your next step. It's gone. What? Then you realized it, the noise, which had grown fainter and less frequent during your search, had died off completely. You're just imagining someone sprinkling garlic to keep a vampire at bay. It's like the sea bears in SpongeBob. Much more practical, a garlic ring. Yep, it's like the sea bears episode in SpongeBob. You and Cove shared puzzled looks, but neither of you had an answer for what had caused the mystery sound, or made it go away. You yawned, leaning into the urge with exaggerated sleepiness, stretching out dramatically. I'm beat. Let's go back. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noises or the eerie whistle from before. You could hear every step you and Cove made like a cough in a movie theater. The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. Looks like they haven't called the cops, so I'm probably alright. How are you going to sneak back in, though? Do you sneak out a lot? This is my first time. Not really. Lots. You were lying. Lots. You're telling the truth. This is my first time. Shh. It's a secret. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, I've never tried to do it till now. Thought so. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? I don't think I like how you said that. How did you know? I hadn't seen you out of my window this late before. What? Are you watching? Are you watching my house outside of your window? Interesting. Creepy. That was fair. Though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this was the first time he had caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
I know for a fact Cove is not worried about getting caught. Man disrespects his dad so much. He does not give a shit about what his dad's gonna do. He was so forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, will he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh, this is sad. Oh, Cove. You sympathized, you encouraged Cope to see it more positive, you stayed out of it. You didn't know how to. I'm gonna sympathize with him. I'm so sorry. It must be hard. Yeah, he and mom do what they want. Why shouldn't I? Oh, because you're a child. Alright, I'm going in. I have nothing else to add to that conversation. Okay, good night. Good night, Cove. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure I could have done it by myself. I wanted to go with you. Look at his smug little face. You beamed at him. His face is giving Gil. This is what Gil looks like all the time. I just want to flip him. You beamed at him. You turned the doorknob as slowly as a clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock, then nudged it open. When all that happened was the door opening, rather than the blaring alarms that you'd feared, you melted with relief. Do they not have their alarm system on? Do they not have an alarm system? I mean, I feel like they wouldn't because they live in such a small town and they know everybody. That's so cute. What's cute? Gil having a smug face that you just want to flip him? Or this little scene with Cove and, Princess. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. This parenting is so bad. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left, yet you were positive you'd been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion. But how could you get there? Great question. You seeing Gil and him is very cute. Stop. Stop. It's Valentine's Day, so I'll allow it. But stop. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion, but how could you get up there? You tried to sneak past, you decided to walk in your own house nonchalantly. I'm definitely getting my ass beat. You'd have to give up. I'm gonna try to sneak past, of course. Secret agent, spy here. You hugged the wall as you creeped delicately around the perimeter of the room. It was a valiant effort that any spy would have been proud of, right up until the moment where you tripped over a power cord and nearly fell over. Princess? You might not have fallen, but your accident ruined your cover. You had been spotted. They abandoned the couch in their show to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet. Okay, wait, hold on. Where am I in this? Because if I'm near the stairs, I can lie and just say I tripped down the stairs. I can say that. I was on my way to get a cup of water. But if I'm near the door, it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder to lie about. I'm not opposed to lying to my parents right now. What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? You couldn't bring yourself to own up to what you had done. I heard scary noises, so I came down here. Your surprise gave way to concern. Honey. Mom took you by the hand and led you up the stairs. Oof, your hand is cold. Why didn't you come over to us? I was supposed to be in bed. I love that you're letting me lie about this. This is a secret that I'll never tell until I'm an adult. Princess, you won't ever be in trouble for coming to us when you're frightened. We'd much rather you come to us than try to solve things all by yourself. Her phrasing made you feel bad. Why is our room so bright right now? My eyes hurt. My eyes hurt. The nervousness ate you up as you were tucked into bed. Now me as a child, I would have come clean. I can't lie. I don't like lying, but I cannot lie. In this game, I'm totally fine with lying. But like in real life, oh my god, I cannot lie. Keeping secrets is a different thing. But lying, I can't do it. Your mom's assumed that you were flushing and insistence on delving under the covers was part of your fear and spoke to you softly until you calmed down enough to peep out from underneath your sheets. Once your moms had left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. It was harder still to believe that you'd gotten away with it. Even now, you half expected to be caught somehow. Perhaps you'd left the door ajar or trailed sands where they'd already swept up. Ooh, that would be hard. The room feels princessy. A little. Some of it though, some of the stuff's gotta go, like the sheep. I hate this sheep. This sheep is ruining my life. You hope that Cove had gotten home okay, though he hadn't been worried. Being told off was never fun. Wriggling down deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts turn to the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you'd solved it, and maybe you wouldn't, but what mattered was that you shared the experience with each other. You were still so energized by the night's excitement that you tossed and turned in bed for some time, thinking of theories to share with Cove when you next saw him. Sleep eventually claimed you, but the adventure merely resumed in your dreams. How nice. That's nice. Aw. The next morning proceeded mostly like usual, though your mom seemed to be giving extra consideration since finding you last night. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble for the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether this was because his dad chose not to punish him or if Cove got away with it. I would like to know. I would like to know if his dad knew. It was amazing to you that it all worked out for both of you. As for the sounds that started this all, the adults around were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when they were grown up too. When you were grown up too. What cute. What cute. Yep, what cute. It's blue with accents of white and pink. Got some clowns and gestures going on. Cute lamb plushie. That lamb does not belong here. I do not claim that lamb. I claim the other toys, but the lamb, no. I don't remember what my room looked like, or if it was different. I feel like my room was different. It could have been the same room, but I really don't remember it. We are now halfway through the childhood phase. Let me check to see if Amazon has delivered my capture card yet. And if it has, we will switch over to Animal Crossing after I get set up. If it hasn't, we're just going to continue playing. We're going to continue to play until around like 5. I don't think it will be home until like 5:30. And I do want to make dinner. I don't want to, but you know, we gotta eat. Okay. It's still out for delivery. Surprising. Surprising. Why are you out for delivery? Throne, if you don't get out of my face with these emails. Okay, we're gonna do a long day. Do you hate the lamb? I do hate the lamb. Do I hate lambs? No, but that lamb in particular, I hate it. I don't know why, I just hate it. Long day. Let me take a drink of my pink lemonade. Definitely not good for hydrating, but here we are. It was another scorching summer day of the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel... pleased. You might not be in double digits like your sister, but he was only 7. Being the oldest and getting to be the leader was a nice change of pace. Oh, love that. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing, something sweet, something like popsicle, an ice cream cone, an ice cream sandwich. A popsicle! I like popsicles. I also like ice cream cones. And sometimes ice cream sandwich is okay, but that's not really something I would like go for if I wanted something sweet, unless it was already here. You want something fruity and brightly colored. Guys, what's your favorite flavor? Stop. Guys, what's your favorite flavor popsicle? Mine is blue, obviously. And then it's green. It goes blue, green, pink, purple, and then orange. Every other flavor is not for me. They're not for me. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your mom didn't keep sweets in the house. Boo. What kind of family is this where we don't have sweets in the house? Blue and red? You mean cherry? Are you gonna have cherries around me, song? I'm allergic to cherries. You're gonna poison me. I always love doing that. Whenever Gil gets anything cherry, I'm like, how dare you get something cherry? Why would you try to poison me? Like, I'm not drinking it, obviously. And it only affects me if I drink it. Like, my throat will get itchy. But it's just like, How dare you? How dare you get something that could kill me? It won't kill me, it'll just make my throat itch. But I'm always dramatic about it. Proximity poisoning? Exactly. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, and there were shops in demand and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You said you voiced your predicament out loud. Shiloh, help a person out here. Shiloh, do you have any money? I mean, I have money. But do you have money? Oh, let me check. That was easy. Felt like you should tell him why you were asking. Thanks, I want a popsicle, but moms don't keep any here. I mean, I literally have $20 upstairs. We could buy popsicles. It's not that big of a deal. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and probably produced an assortment of coins plus one stray button. Why do you have a button? You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly came to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch. What if that's how you pronounce couch? Couch. I'm on the couch. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands deep down crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs, but ever so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Oh my gosh, Shy, how are you? Welcome in. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. How are you doing? What's going on? What's poppin'? Your mind wandered to the $20 bill tucked away in your room. It was enough for you and Shiloh to get whatever you wanted and more, but you didn't take it out. That was too special to hand over so freely. Ugh, not me. I'd be buying popsicles for everyone. Besides, Shiloh would be curious about where it came from and might even mention your wealth to Lizzie. The exchange had been a secret. You know what? You're right. We can't trust Shiloh. Shiloh got a big mouth. Taking the day off? Oh, okay, good. Have a day for yourself. How was my day? It's daying, you know. It's going well. I'm waiting for my capture card so I can play Animal Crossing. Hopefully it gets here soon. It might not. I'm just fingers crossed. But are you still streaming later? You're still doing your stream with your husband? Besides, Shiloh would be curious. Yeah, okay, I read that. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as he counted the coins once again. We gotta add each other on Switch? Yes. I will send you my friend code. Once I'm done with stream. And we can be friends. $2.53 and 2 buttons. For now, you got it planned? Yay! What time are you streaming? You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? Not today. Not in this time period. It is not enough. Maybe in the early 2000s it was enough. You figured he knew the answer, but you appreciated him recognizing your authority on financial and ice cream matters. You straightened up before making your pronouncement. Maybe like 6:30 p.m. EST? You hear that, guys? You guys should definitely go watch Cheyenne. Let me shout you out so people can like follow you. Unless Song is faster than me. I added a new thingy. Hold on. Streamlabs, please. You're welcome. You gotta support the peoples. So, yes. If you would like to see, Cheyenne said she was doing a stream with her husband, and she's gonna put makeup on him, and it should be fun times. Shy is a lovely streamer, great times, love being in her streams. It's fun over there all the time. Yeah, we've got enough. You can now afford something at the shops, just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. You're a sweetie. Everyone's a sweetie. I love all of you platonically. Also, Song, did you check the candy jewels? because I added a redeem just for today. Just for today, I added the redeem, and I might change the pricing later. It really depends. Sending your virtual hugs all over. Thank you. I will accept hugs, but only today will I accept hugs. Yay! The two of you dashed outside, the promise of sugar buoyed you on to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting a popsicle? Charlotte asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Charlotte cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you sure it's okay? You tried to do something you both wanted. Let's do something we both want. Charlotte's a sweet kid. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one who decided when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice cream? Which is your favorite? Aw, it's so hard to pick. I don't know. Thank you for the hug redeem song. I'm hugging you back. You're doing it, Mr. Krabs. Yeah, you're doing it just right. Oh no, don't take that out of context. It's a hug. You're doing a hug correctly. That's what I mean. Always feel weird. What is this? What is this in my inbox? Oh. Alexander the Traveler gifted me a 1-tier subscription to Let's Play with Tay VT. She's also having her birthday streams this week. She's doing a donathon, I think, for her birthday. Oh, she must be streaming now. I'll shout her out too. Let's play with Tay. Okay. Hold on, let me redeem this. Mark as complete. You have done the hug. We have done the hug. We have been hugging. Okay. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward you for all your hard work was in your hands. You sucked on the free popsicle you'd bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head. Oh, okay. I can finish it? Why don't you want any? He didn't want any? After everything he did to get it? After everything he did to help to get it? That was weird. I'm gonna try to include Shiloh. Shiloh, you should at least get a little bit. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you'd seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground, even as the treat started to trickle dangerously toward your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. It's more fair. It's not more fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some, even more than I want to finish it, so eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up. It's really good. Thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. Not me bullying him into taking this treat. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice, no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross and that's the real reason he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. I cannot read. The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. You figured that was his problem and didn't care. Are you scared of me? You thought that was kind of sad. Are we friends? Are we friends or are you scared of me? Those are the two options I want to go with. You know what? I'm not gonna say are we friends because that's a lot of pressure, but are you scared of me? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way. But you don't tell me things like what you want to do or what treat you should get. That's not because I'm scared, it's because you have better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, fibber, he's a fibber. This was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true that he really did feel okay around you, though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon. As you returned to your neighborhood, there you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them, just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. What is happening? What the hell is happening here? You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you defended Cove, took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble. I want to ask what happened. I don't want to point fingers at Lizzie. I love Lizzie. That's my sister. Cove could be crying about anything. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even came to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Princess, I got yelled at. I'm only laughing because this is something I would do. Like I said earlier, I'm so sensitive. If I notice a single change in your tone of voice, I will start crying. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Aw, sorry. Same. I'm so glad that people can relate to that. I love how both of you relate to that. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of the nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Ooh. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. We're like triplets. Instead of twinsies, we're triplets. Tripsies. That doesn't work. I tried to make it work. It doesn't work. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. Uh-huh. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. Oh, Lizzie is such trouble. I love Lizzie. She's so messy. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again. You're saying that because you're a cluck-cluck chicken. Oh, voice acting. There we go. I did not remember if that line was voice acted or not. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? I think they deserved worse. We're both messy. We're the messy siblings. You scrunched up your nose in disgust as you shook your head. As pranks go, it was pretty weak. They would answer the door to find nothing there. So what? It would be sort of annoying, but they seem like the kind of people that would be irritated by about anything. If they were going to open the door, there should be something bad there. Oh, do you have a dog? You can put dog poo on their porch. That would be letting them off too easy. You felt 3 pairs of eyes staring at you, but were studying their surroundings thoughtfully. You were studying your surroundings thoughtfully. There wasn't much around that they might dislike. I mean, if we left a baby on their step, they probably would dislike that. We just have to steal someone's baby. Inspiration came crawling towards you in the form of a roly-poly bug. What is that roly-poly bug going to do to them? It's so small and tiny. Carefully, you lowered your hand and let it clamber on your palm. That should do it. You had never met an adult who appreciated bugs. There's plenty of adults that like bugs. Let's ding-dong ditch and bug them. I love that, yeah. We'll go hide. Run as soon as you hit the bell. Good luck. Thanks, Shiloh. Appreciate it. Lizzie and Shiloh ran across the road to take shelter in the bushes. Even once they've settled down, you could make out two child-sized shapes staring from between the leaves. Good hiding, I guess. You knew where to look for them, though, and so you told yourself that the grouchy old people wouldn't spot it. Hopefully they don't spot it. You trained the roly-poly bug for many years, the art of combat, and sick them on them. Honestly, maybe. I don't think they bite, though. I mean, you said combat. Combat doesn't automatically mean biting. You knew where to look for them, though, so you told yourself the grouchy... okay. Cove sighed, and his... Cove sighed, his gaze flicking to the house and then back to you. Be careful. As if they could keep up. I'm so cocky. He gave the door and you one last look before joining Lizzie and Shiloh in their hideaway. The weight of the 3 pairs of eyes on your back was heavier than anything you carried before as you approached the door. You stared down at the little bug still wriggling in your closed hand, and carefully placed it on the ground where it could be seen, but off enough to the side so it wouldn't be stepped on. This is such a long sentence. You rung it. I'm ringing it. That's why they prefer hand to hand. True. Oh, are you gonna throw bugs at them? No, I think I'm just gonna set it down, I guess. I don't know what that roly-poly's gonna do. You slapped the buzzer and ran. Blood thumped against your eardrums with every step. Would you make it in time? You think I'm a chicken? I'm not a cluck-cluck chicken. If anything, I'm a cluck-cluck dinosaur. I don't know why dinosaur, but that's where my mind went. I was thinking, like, evolution. I don't know. I guess dinosaurs used to be chickens before chickens. I don't know. Don't forget to save. Okay. You slapped the buzzer and ran. Blood thumped against your eardrums with every step. Would you make it in time? Yes, overwrite it, please. Thank you. Please and thank you. Approaching the hiding spot, you knew that there wasn't time to go around the bushes as the others had done. You took a shortcut, leaping over them. Or to be more accurate, crashing to the tops of the bushes and then falling over to the other side. You call your chickens little dinosaurs? Beautiful. As you should. As you should. Cove quietly hissed as you unwittingly collided into him, damn. But by the way his arms were out, it seemed he had intentionally tried to cushion your landing. Aw, it's so sweet. Shh! Lizzie put a finger up to her lips and nodded at the house. You disentangled your limbs from Cove's and spun around to see the old man framed in the doorway, peering back and forth suspiciously. You covered your mouth with your hands, but it wasn't enough to stifle your giggles. Maybe he spotted one of you, or maybe it was the leaves you displaced while jumping. He had locked eyes with a bush and stormed over in your direction. Shiloh gasped and looked to Lizzie. Oh, we're in trouble. Run! Your sister did not hesitate to take her own advice, and neither did Shiloh. You got up, but seeing Cole struggling to extract himself and stand up with just the one fully functional arm, you gave him a hand up before taking off after the others. As you made your escape, you thought to yourself that he didn't even notice the bug. See? He didn't even notice the bug. Like I said, what's he gonna do about this roly-poly? It's not like it's a threatening bug. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. The stitch in my chest? Did I scratch myself? You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the grass. The 4 of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin. Hey, Cove! Cove lifted his head. I told you there was a mean grandpa. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Oh my gosh, me being able to read. What as the point of the bug? There was no point to the bug. I guess children thinking like, oh, adults don't like bugs. It's like it's an important bug. It's a roly-poly. You think it's supposed to be little kid logic? It is little kid logic. It's very cute. But like, that bug meant nothing. Cove rolled his eyes and decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister, damn. Get ignored. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. And it was fine, you thought. You still felt a little sad after how much time you spent together today. And it was always annoying. I should be the center of attention at all times. But you weren't going to make a fuss, especially after everything that's happened already. There were other things to attend to anyway. You wiggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. Did you guys used to pick flowers and do like the he loves me not, she loves me not stuff? I did that. I had a crush so bad on this boy in 3rd grade. And I picked a bunch of flowers just so I could get the he loves me. He loves me from the flowers. Oh my gosh. Children are so silly. I have no idea what this man is up to now. I hope he's well. But he was a player. He was such a player. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. I don't think he cares. And the type of poppies on the till have the name White Linen Poppy. Mom told me. Okay. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You'd need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate petal. Evaluation complete. Are we making flower crowns? This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Oh, he does care. Oh my gosh, so many options. Okay, it's mine too. I like roses, buttercups are really great. My favorite snapdragons, hibiscus are the best. Peonies are pretty. I love sunflowers. I picked tulips. Orchids are the most special. Type my own answer. I like all flowers. I don't care about flowers. I only know what my mom tells me. Now, I don't like flowers, but I do like flowers. They're nice to look at. I hate the way they smell. So I'm completely fine with fake flowers or pictures of flowers. But my favorite flower are like the bell-shaped flowers. They're so cute. And I forgot what they're called. But I do like orchids. I do like orchids too. Orchids are the most special. These flowers are super fancy and come in all sorts of colors and stuff. Some even pretend to be like bugs. They do? Yep, they trick real bugs by looking like one. For what purpose? Are they eating them? Me and Gil last night, we were talking about something. When we got onto the topic of carnivorous plants. So we started looking up carnivorous plants. And he was telling me about one specific one that was shaped like a, I think it's called a picture plant. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. He said that was his favorite plant. I'm like, okay. Thank you. And he made me watch a video about it. Mind you, we were getting ready to go to bed. We were already in bed. Lights off. And this man was like, let me show you a video. Wow, you know everything. I told you I was all-knowing, but you didn't believe that. Not everything, but thanks. Aw, look at this cute little animation. It's not an animation. Look at this cute little picture. Him in his Wolverine outfit. Love that. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of the thick throw you curl under on cold, rainy days. You wonder if the clouds would be as soft. It snowed last night. But, like, it didn't snow enough to, like, stick. So my car was only covered in, like, a tiny bit of snow. And I thought it was bird poo at first. Because the birds have been pooing on my car. And I'm not a fan of them pooing on my car. I wish they would poo somewhere other than my car. Because now I have to clean my car. And I should clean my car anyway. But now I have to really clean it. Sometimes I don't want to clean. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, you saw cloud shapes. I love looking at the clouds. You know what? I saw a car. Because I was just talking about my car. You saw a boxy car driving through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Doesn't that look like a car? Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Oh, I guess it is an animation. He blinked. Not really. Okay. Fuck you too, Cove. Hey! He chuckled at your reaction. Ooh, love this little transition. All the sun's light faded from the sky, and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach! There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You wanted to go there too, or you're too tired to argue, or happy to do what the others wanted. You know what? I'm too tired to argue. The beach is okay, but do I want to go? We're so close to our house. Now we have to walk further. It's been a long day. It's been a long, hot day. You weren't bothered about going there, but you would rather do that than make a scene. You stepped into the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed your socks, walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if I tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. Don't do that. You'd hurt the ecosystem. That would be bad for the fish. I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez. You don't have to be so serious about everything. Well, you asked. You asked and he told you. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fish. See, I'm on Cove's side. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You'd never heard Lizzie use the word before. Okay, girl. Go off, my little thesaurus. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'd turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Maybe he doesn't have a dad, Cove. You ever think about that? Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just having both of your moms. It's okay. I like Lizzie and Princess. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just dad with me. No, you still have a mom, Cove. She's here. She's alive. She's not here, but she's here and alive. I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. You joked about Shiloh's mom getting together with Cove's dad. Let's not do that. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. I'm not gonna say shit. This is not a conversation for me. You couldn't come up with something you thought would make the conversation any less awkward. You kept quiet. It was safer that way. Yes, let the awkwardness simmer. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splashed against your legs. Lizzie, I'm gonna drown you in this ocean. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. I'm retaliating. You are getting drenched in this water. You used your foot to smack the water, pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she sputtered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out good. Or even now. Yuck. Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Shiloh's brief excitement was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. Oh, that would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. No. Is he alive? Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soap-coated clothes clung. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. Okay. Interesting sentence. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Shiloh, you dumbo. You offered him some help. Let him get up by himself. I feel like I offered him help and he just didn't take my hand. But we're gonna make him look like the asshole here. I'm offering help. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. See? Asshole. I thought we were cool, Shiloh. Look at you. So mean. You could have taken my hand. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh too. Wow. Okay. I see how it is. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. You know what? Good. It's what you deserve. Sorry. What were the odds of this happening twice in a row? You thought that must be low. There's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, y'all. But that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you grudgingly made your way back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake as damp clothes weighed the group down. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you all were in, ranging from messy to soaked. Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold gonna do when she's come to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home, cold and filthy? Calm down. Oh my gosh, these moms are so heated. I'm just having a little fun. Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that it had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought. Ooh, you're right. You're right. That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. I miss being picked up and carried around. Those were the days. I didn't have to walk anywhere. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Rajel family. And Shiloh, too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Cute. Cute. You beamed as you reached up and waved your hand in the air. Oh, we're totally on. We were totally on, guys. Good night. Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up, too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet at the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Amazon, is it you? No, it's Etsy. Listen, Etsy, I know I have no time left to use my $5 off coupon, but I can't afford anything with anyway. I swear, Etsy, just trying to get me to spend money I don't have. Sitting on an old beach towel your mom had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. We love that. We love the imagination. We love the freedom of childhood. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. Boo! After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great plan. You know, last night, I had a dream about being a child. I was in like middle school because my middle school crush was there. There was like a big party happening and we were at like Dave and Buster's. But also, I think I was trying to get married to someone. It was weird. I don't really remember it, but I remember being a child. And then like my dad was there and he was like, he said something about like my bedtime. And I was like, what do you mean my bedtime? It was like, your bedtime's 10 o'clock. It always has been 10 o'clock and it'll never change. And I was like, when? When has this been true? It's not been true, like, ever. Barbecue. We're on it. We're getting hot. We're getting steamy. We're halfway done with, childhood. I will be right back. I'm not gonna, put it on BRB. I'm just gonna get water. Let me get water. I would get more lemonade, but it's not hydrating. But it's pink. It's pink for Valentine's Day. You know who's been in my lemonade? Gil. He's been in my Oreos. He's been in my lemonade. I can't have shit to myself. I'm joking. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. I don't mind sharing with him. I tried to waterfall from his water bottle yesterday. He said something so... What is the word I'm looking for? Crazy. He said something so crazy to me. I'm not gonna repeat it. But he was like... Yeah, I am gonna repeat it. This is what he said. So I was waterfalling. He was like, you don't have to do that. We fuck. And I was like, I was so shocked. My mouth agape. I was stunned for a whole minute. I was like, how dare you say something so vulgar to me? That was the word, vulgar. And I'm like, excuse you, I know what we do. You don't have to say it out loud. Ugh. Men these days. No, hold on. Yeah, okay. I rolled over my headphone cord. I was trying to put my headphones back on. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip of water and we can get right back to it. He bought alkaline water because regular water hurts his tummy. I haven't noticed a difference for me. Alkaline water is okay. I feel like it doesn't really make a difference for me. You've been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. Ooh, the big park. The park near your house with its lonely playground equipment wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expansive grass and trees that lay before you now. As it wasn't the next town over and too far for you to walk by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Hold on, I should probably move this. I don't have anything in this cup. Let me put my water bottle on my coaster. There. That made not a difference at all, but you know what? We're doing what we need to do. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today, it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people in from all over the local area with a promise of barbecue and fireworks. I want barbecue. I'm making food today, duh, but I don't want to cook it. Guys, Song, I doubt you know how to do this, because you're vegan, but I need to look up how to cook country ribs. I need to look that up. I might take I'm gonna get off at 5. So never mind, I'll look it up later. Let me not waste time. Your family and Coves were just two of many, what seemed like dozens of cars parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. The crowd made you nervous. It sure did. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. Hate fireworks. They're pretty to look at, but oh my god, the noise. And then they scare the doggies. Like the animals, they're in distress. So you should just stop with fireworks. I was seeing like drone displays. Drone displays though, I would 100% watch those. You looked forward to meeting more kids. Fuck them kids. You'd rather have stayed home. Your tummy was already rumbling for the food to come. Even if it was bigger, this park wasn't as special as the one back home. Now for me, it would either be the crowds make me nervous, I'd rather have stayed home, or my tummy was already rumbling from the food. That's the only reason I go places, is to get food. Why would I want to go anywhere else? I'd rather stay at home. But you couldn't avoid coming to the event. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return. Which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she clutched the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. That's me. That happened to me once before. I didn't hold my thing good enough, and it spilled all over the car. I was so upset. It spilled all over me and the car. I will not allow it to happen to me again. Not my little treats. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. Okay, but are they cold? Because nobody wants a hot-ass drink on a hot day. You bet there have been no such dramatics around that cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes. Everyone all set? Should be. Cove, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated, his attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile. I don't want you getting burned, or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day. Don't think there's gonna be any risk in that second part. Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. The parents headed over, with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar. Chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Why do we have chilled meat? To cook? Hopefully it's to cook. 'Cause I feel like chilled meat would not be tasty. Your moms had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. Sorry, excuse me. Sometimes talking, I get like air in my system. Anyway, you don't see the harm in taking just a little. You wanted to listen to their rules. I didn't want to risk getting caught. Fuck them rules. It'd be bad if you got in trouble before the event had even started. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah! That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground, stuffed full of cans of soda, boxes of juice, and milk. Milk? Who is drinking milk in the summertime? Like, yeah, ice cream, but just straight milk? What the fuck is wrong with these people? As well as the bottles of water. Your drink was not gonna be fucking milk. Do I want juice? I'd probably either get soda. I don't call it soda, it's pop. I'd get pop or water or juice. I'm gonna get juice. I'm gonna get juice so I don't slow myself down. You slurped the sweet juice through the straw until, all too soon, you were sucking up only air. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment. Ew, stop this. Stop this. That hit the spot. You kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Fuck them kids. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. How big is this park? Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids like a general directing their battalion. She pointed the way. Let's go over there. Co's mouth was downturned. Co's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. Let's go do something by ourselves. Like I said, Cove, fuck them kids. But ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. Oop. You went to play with the other kids too? You stuck with your parents. You know what? I'm gonna stick with my mom and mom. You felt too nervous to approach the unknown children. Oh, I did not mean to pick that. Oh well, I picked it. You want to stick around, princess? Yeah, I'm staying here. You were much more interested in what the adults might talk about together than whatever games some strange kids might concoct. This is where the drama happens, guys. I don't know, like, I haven't read this one because it's DLC, but drama. You want to hear something juicy? Stay near the adults. They'll be like, this is grown folks' business. Go away, go play. But no, I'm sitting in a distance that I can hear them, so I can hear all the juicy gossip, so I can talk shit later. To who? To whoever will listen. We're much more interested in what the adults might talk about together than some game. Mom put a hand on your shoulder and squeezed. We'd be delighted to have you with us. Oh, my mom would never say that to me. My mom would do the mom thing, where she like pursed her lips up and like, it's like mumbled words, like the fuck out of here, like that. My mom would do that to me. It's not a bad choice. We're fun too. Though, if it ever gets boring, don't feel bad about ditching later. We can take it. Is that your plan, Cliff? Ooh. Ooh. I'm not sure. We'll see if there's ever a chance to get away. How dare you say that about my moms? Don't disrespect my mommies like that. The parents laughed together, and you smiled along with them, even if it didn't seem as funny to you as it did to them. It wasn't long until your mom had spotted people they knew, eagerly greeting them and striking up more conversations. Lots of these people seemed very keen to ask after you, too. Ask what? A few of the faces were ones you knew, many you didn't, but you found an unnervingly high number of those who claimed to have met you before. Oh my god, I hate that. When, like, you meet someone, but you've never met them because you were a baby, a literal baby, and they're like, I remember when you were this big, or I changed your diaper, or something like that. It's like, okay, why do you remember that? Why do you expect me to remember you changing my diaper? I had no cognitive memory back then. I didn't launch into cognitiveness until like around 3. Like, who do you think I am? I don't know you. I've never met you a day in my life. Get away from me, stranger. A few of the faces, yeah. Your mom had to chip in and help you out, letting you know that this was so-and-so from such and such, and that you last met them when you were in kindergarten or preschool or even diapers. You had no idea you'd had such a wide social circle as an infant. Yeah, it's weird. It is weird. Like, I would never do that. I'd be like, oh, hi. I would just be awkward to this child as well. I wouldn't even be like, this is where I know you from. I remember when you were this big, you used to do this. No, I would just be like, oh, hi. A child. All those people appeared to want to talk about the same things, how you'd been doing lately, if you were having fun at the event, and how much you had grown. You still enjoyed conversing with grown-ups. Fuck these grown-ups. Conversations were all boring. After all. You decided to tease the adults. Let's be trouble. No one seemed to talk about anything interesting, so you found your own entertainment. I'm 8. How much older than that are you? Is it a lot? Oh my god. Princess, what's gotten into you? Mom shook her head as she laughed, choking out an apology to the woman you've been talking to. It's what she deserved. Sorry, Princess has boundless imagination. As your moms launched into a discussion with someone about the town's infrastructure, whatever that was, your eyes started to wander around. You spotted Cove's dad. He was close by, exchanging a series of questions and answers, not unlike the ones that had been posed to you. Instead of asking if he'd grown or what school he was in, they were asking if he was new here, when he moved to town, what he did. You felt sorry for him. At least you had your mom to bail you out and stick by you when you needed it. But he was facing the barrage of questions all on his own. Let's go help his dad. Process repeated itself some more. He didn't have the same rapport with people that your parents did, probably because he was still new in town. He didn't know anyone yet. You saw that he struggled with one question in particular. If he was unattached. It didn't crop up in every conversation, but when it did, he fumbled for an answer before giving a response that didn't clear much up. I want to know what his response was. Something about unavailable being a better word to talk about, that sort of thing with him. What was the difference? Mr. Holden was fighting his way through the very question at the moment, shifting from foot to foot. It's just gonna be me and my son right now. Ah! There he is. Hey, buddy. Cove's dad brightened immediately at the appearance of Cove. You could relate to that. Could I? Do I lighten up when Cove's around? I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like he lights up when I'm around. Excited, you turn to find Cove pushing his way past the long legs of adults like an explorer venturing through a rainforest. The woman Mr. Holden had been talking to cooed as Cove approached, holding her hand to her mouth. Oh, he's adorable! He is a little cutie, isn't he? She scrunched down and waved to Cove. Thanks. And Code is a good one. Okay, that's weird. Cove glanced from his father to the stranger, his face impassive, then marched past without sparing them a word. You light up, but he lights up first. You know what? I'll accept it. As long as he's first. It was only when he joined you that a slight smile lifted his face. Hold on. We got him. He's hooked. Hi, princess. Mr. Holden chuckled as the woman awkwardly rose from after the snub. I'm chuckling too. Good, but not exactly chatty. Did something happen, son? Don't you want to play where Don't you want to play where everyone else is? Christ. Cove shook his head.
Not really.
The second part of his explanation was spoken more delicately. You didn't come. Oh, he wanted me there? Oh my. Spotting him beside you, your mom gave him a thumbs up. Did my mom send him over here? Hey, Cove, you're welcome to hang out with us here. Cove studied the ground, not moving from his spot beside you. Okay. Mr. Holden smiled as he took in the scene, then turned to the lady he'd been talking to. I'm really grateful that everyone in this area has been so welcoming to both of us. It's a great place, isn't it? And off they went again. You let the adults get on with their conversations and turned your attention back to Cove. Having him show up made you relieved. Now you over here giggling, laughing, hee-heeing, ha-haing. What were the other kids doing? That's a great question. What were they doing? Cove shrugged in a lazy way. I feel like whenever I'm in mod view, it does not tell me. Or am I just so enthralled in what I'm doing? Because usually I can see when it will tell me when an ad's about to happen, but it has not. It has not told me the stream. Interesting. To be honest, this game helped heal your inner child. Oh, that's so cute. I love that for you. Maybe it'll help me heal mine too. Because I'm messed up, man. I'm glad this game helped. It's a really cute game. I really like it. Cove shrugged in a lazy way. You should definitely get the DLCs. Add me on Steam and I'll buy them for you. Eventually. Eventually, because I cannot afford shit right now. Nothing special. Do you have a thermometer? Why the fuck do you need a thermometer? What kind of person would have a thermometer in their pocket? Another great question. I meant at home. I was thinking about my aquarium. You have an aquarium? You have fish? Yeah. My dad got them for me. The fish need the water at the right temperature or they'll get sick. But I read that you gotta check your thermometer with another thermometer to make sure it's right. Oh my god. I don't have an extra. I'll find one. I know all about that. I'll find one. I'll ask my moms. Can I help you test it? I'll ask my moms. It's fine. I don't have to do that much checking. I'm gonna ask my moms. I want to help test. The notion of you and Cove running experiments together was exciting. What? Okay. Maybe you could even borrow some white shirts from somewhere and pretend to be scientists. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not sure if you can come over. I guess I could test mine at your house and bring it back if it's right. Sure. Okay, wow. You're just excluding me from the fun times. I love aquariums. They're so fun. I want to live in an aquarium. Sometimes I wish I was a fish at an aquarium because it looks fun. He finished his decision with a nod and a smile, officially stamping his approval on your idea. Up above the brilliant blue of the sky grew orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. Coughing harshly, you were struck with the sharp smell of smoke. Oh, now we're eating? Woof! By the sounds of that, I'd say they're starting up the grills for the barbecue. They should have been started these grills up, first of all. Do you guys not know how to barbecue? You're doing it all wrong. Mom called Lizzie back over to the group, and Mommy turned to face you. Are you alright, sweetie? No, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Where's the food? When's it ready? Oh, baby, I'm sorry. The smoke will be gone soon. Yeah, I also have asthma. That smoke better not get in my nostrils. No one needs to go up to the girls if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids here. I can get it myself, mommy. I can do it. You march over to the girls. Can you get it for me? Could you please get it for me? You hung your head, moving no closer to the smoking girl. Could you please get it for me? I don't want to get it. I'd rather have someone else get it for me. I also hate going into lines with food. Something about it is just so awkward. I hate it. Because then, look, I'm a very picky eater. And I feel like people are judging the food choices that I make. And so I don't like going up. I would rather someone do it for me so I don't have to be judged. Of course. Mommy's MVP. The main thing being served is kebabs. You could have whatever you like on it. There's different meats and veggies. I don't want kebabs. Give me a rib. What would you like on yours? Mom is right. There's plenty of options. Okay. I guess zucchini's not that bad. Give me a shrimp. Give me onion. Give me zucchini. Give me potato. I don't want peppers. And I don't know. Do I want pork, beef, or chicken? Usually I would pick chicken, but I know they're gonna make it from chicken breast, and some people cannot cook chicken breast. So I'm gonna pick beef. Okay, that's everything. Shrimp and beef. Sounds good to me. The veggies will be good for you. Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. I don't hate zucchini, but zucchini does have a weird mouth texture for me. And I only eat zucchini when I go out to hibachi. When I go to the hibachi places, that's the only time I'll eat zucchini. Like, I don't hate it, but it's not like a regular staple in my life. Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. You were glad that she hadn't teased you about sticking with your parents earlier. Though she could be bossy sometimes, your sister didn't mind that you weren't always interested in playing with kids your own age. As long as you still spent time with her, of course. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Good for you. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having?
Why?
Great question. Why does it matter? I don't know, I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except onions. Oh my god! Our order matches, sort of. Except for I'm getting all the vegetables except peppers. I don't know if they have mushrooms on there. If they have mushrooms, I'm not getting mushrooms too. Fuck mushrooms. But I'm also getting beef and shrimp. Oh my god, look at us. Soulmates. Lizzie hummed while evaluating her response. I don't know. I don't know if they did that on purpose or if that's just his actual order. But like, look at us. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. Oh my, yes. That's okay, I guess, but chicken's definitely the better one. No one asked, Lizzie. Eat your own kebab and shut up. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. I want some of the chicken too. All the chicken in the world? Chicken is the worst? This is a stupid argument. Chicken is the best choice. All the chicken in the world?
No.
No, it's dumb. You know what I mean. Lizzie peered over the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in her parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. There isn't a wrong choice. We all make good choices. Same to you, Lizzie. I'm not gonna be a bitch. There isn't a wrong choice, though. It's just what kebab somebody eats. The person serving gave your mom one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. You're constantly having to protect your chickens from Lizzie. I'm so sorry, you gotta protect your chickens from Lizzie. She's out here. Be on the lookout. She could be anywhere. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab. Yeah, okay, they rejoined. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. You've got the goods. Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. Why'd you say it like that? You could have just said Mr. Holden. Why are you blushing? Why are you both blushing? Oh my god. Are they gonna be a throuple? I could see it. I could see it. In the meantime, they began passing her kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. They were pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with the ends either. Oh my gosh. They were sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pulled the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point was newly sharpened pencil. Ooh, love when pencils are newly sharpened. Fresh. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy chuckled. Mommy clucked her tongue, not chuckled. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second. That's what you get for the price is free. But we can hack it, right? They're so positive all the time. Love that for them. Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout out one. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join him. You clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. So sad that Shiloh couldn't join us for this occasion. Not that I care. Not that I care as Shiloh. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden. This looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a space out here. Everyone tucked into their food, though you didn't think you'd used much energy standing around. You felt very ready to enjoy your dinner. Perhaps it had been the delicious smells that had filled the air, along with the smoke that had you so irritated by your throat. Christ, oh my gosh. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Oh my god, I thought I checked, I thought it said delivered. It's not delivered yet. I got so excited. Darn it. Darn it. Guess we can't do Valentine's Day today. Oh well. Do you play golf? Only if you got mini golf. Oh my god, I want to go mini golfing too. There's so many places I want to go. But we're definitely going bowling. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress. But your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Oh, I got it. I just got it. I'm sorry, it had to be pointed out to me that it was a pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense. Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and what? I don't get it. I wouldn't get it either if I didn't live with her. I have to hear this stuff all the time. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Oh my gosh, Cove, why are you so aggressive right now? Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated. Mr. Holden, control your child. That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated. Then tell me something you really do already. Just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business, it's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. Those are things Cove likes. Wow, it's a good thing you live by the beach. Put my 2 cents in here. Don't I know it? I have nightmares about moving inland. Okay. That's not a good joke. You're right, Cove, that's not a good joke. The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. Why were my fingers sticky? Was it from the cupcake? The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you've gotta wash your hands. Princess, Lizzie, please hold them out. What is she about to do? Lizzie complied. Yep. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her, oh my gosh. Why can I read? Mommy splashed some water over her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. That is not washing your hands. Take her to the bathroom that's inside and get some soap on them fingers. Here. And if you're just gonna do that, at least give her some hand sanitizer. This is not hygienic. Mommy passed her a paper towel from her purse and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, Princess. You readily held out your hands, grudgingly lift your hands up. Okay, yeah. If my hands are sticky, I don't want my hands being sticky. Copying Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head. Honestly, spoke like a true child. Let's clean it off, pal. He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrunched up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone's cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up. Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time, we have to get a good spot. Everywhere's gonna be taken. Honestly, that's so true. All the good spots get taken. And you would probably think, how are all the good spots taken? You're outside, but trust me, when there's a lot of people, there's good spots. Don't forget to save. Okay. I was about to click skip. Save. Okay, we've saved. How about I go ahead to save space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing, I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude. Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Princess, do you want to go get the drinks? No, I don't. But since I'm forced. Okay. I'm gonna consider my options. I am going to consider my options. You wanted to choose the drinks, and you wanted to have your say about where you watch the fireworks from. It was a tough call. Pick something! We don't have all night! Oh my gosh, Lizzie. Okay, I'll go get the stuff we need. I'll be nice. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you picked up drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had been originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. That's still stuff. The ice which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful in amongst them. Mom rummaged around the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Aha! Princess, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. You took a juice box to share and a water bottle. Yeah. Cove hesitated but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold tight while I get this. Hey, hon. How's it going? Did you find a perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huhs, as Mommy gave her directions. Catching your eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on. Better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, which led you through the field in separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families. Hello, we're here, and we came bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You held up an extra juice box. I bought this for someone.
How
You're so thoughtful, princess. Oh, I didn't bring it for myself? I thought I was getting a juice box and a water. Okay, I guess not. Despite Mommy replying pretty expectantly, there was just one person who made the claim to the sweet drink. Can I have it? No, it's mine. Okay. Thanks. I love you, princess. Love you too, Lizzie. Aw, you two are a real pair. Aren't we just? Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their numbers were steadily decreasing as their parents called them over in restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing every so often. You nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is. I hope it's not drinks. Okay. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders, as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know. We have to wait and see. You were intrigued. You did not care. I am intrigued. I'm nosy. I do care. Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered nearer, you could make out that he was handing out small items to most of the groups he stopped at. They seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that, it remained a mystery. Then the box man made his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out dessert. Any takers? Cupcakes? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping up off the ground. The man chuckled. What are these? These ice creams? They are ice creams. I want to take that as a yes. Ice creams on the menu, vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup. I don't want either of those. Do you have plain vanilla? Nice. None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate. Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry for me too, please. Now you are going to have to make a decision, chocolate or strawberry. I'm lactose intolerant. That's never stopped me before. What if I did pick that answer though? Should I pick it? I'm thinking, I'm contemplating. Should we be even? I think we should be even. I am lactose intolerant. You know what? I'm lactose intolerant. Your mom said always had a thing in their purses you could take to help your stomach feel better. Oh, okay. Those things don't work. I got lactose pills, and they just made my stomach hurt worse. But you still didn't want any, so you decided to get some. You want strawberry? Let's get chocolate. I'm gonna have chocolate. Reaching to the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the upper paper lid. You guys remember those? I don't know if they have those anymore. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way. Thank you. Kids, are you gonna thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group considering how many he had to get to. You peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. What about my tummy pills? Where are my tummy pills? You remember those? You feel the wooden spoon taste always took over the taste of the ice cream? It sure did. It sure did. It sure did. Not me. Not my lisp coming out. It tasted amazing. I doubt it because it was chocolate mixed with vanilla. If it was just plain vanilla, I thought it probably would have tasted amazing. It's okay. It's just okay now. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. You couldn't help thinking about how Cove had strawberry while you had chocolate. Why do I care? No, I'm not sharing my ice cream. Get your own. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants. I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please? I thought she did get strawberry. I thought Lizzie got strawberry and mommy got chocolate. Of course, sweetie. Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheek, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. Princess, would you like some of mine? They've already got a full cup of ice cream to eat already. Mind your business, Mom. Mommy's parenting over here, okay? But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. Completely right. Mother is correct. I'm gonna accept the bite. I'm not gonna deny my mother of treating me like the child that she loves. I'm giving her the satisfaction of being a parent right now. You ate the treat being offered, much to Mom's chagrin? I have never seen this word before. And Mommy's delight. Mind your business, Mom. Yeah, she has to mind her business. This is a A-B conversation. See your way out. How sweet of me, thank you. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other side, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. I'm checking this because I want this to get here. It's still not delivered, but it's out for delivery. Well, you better at least give me some too. No. You could have your own if you wanted ice cream. Tell her, Mom. What? The kids have ice cream already and they're getting some of yours to boot and I have nothing? Now is when you decide to be firm? Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough. They're all better now. Yes, they're cute. They're cute. I hope they stay together forever. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? Mom. Hold on. I know I joked about a throuple earlier, but don't just go sharing your ice cream with strange men. I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. Then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! I'm glad she's excited. Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. Oh my gosh. She's one of those people. The event was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. The loud noises hurt your ears. You covered them with your hands. They hurt my ears. My precious little baby ears. Spotting your discomfort, Mom came to sit behind you. They do, in fact, hurt my ears. I don't really like fireworks. She placed her own hand over your ears, further muffling the cacophony from above. You buried your face in her chest. Soothed, you quietly watched the spectacle. I don't need to see. The noise and the sights were overwhelming. You craved the sight of your bed and its covers, but for now you would get by this. Mom cradled your head in her arms, cocooning you from the ruckus. The discomfort began to ebb away after the first few minutes of the show. As your racing heartbeat returned to normal, you took comfort in being cared for. Cove shuffled closely, his worried eyes flashing back to you with every new explosion in the sky. Aww, no, that's cute. That's so cute. Mommy's gaze was on you, then your parents made eye contact. Mom gestured with her hand to silently say things were fine there. Mommy smiled, then hopped to her feet and joined Lizzie in jumping up in a tandem with every crack of a firework. They had a little party together. That's cute too. No, this game is so cute. I love this. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. We stan Mr. Holden. Yeah, I just called him a strange man earlier, but we stan him. He's a cool dad. The fireworks continued, but you were not taking in the sights. The show eventually built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park. You let out a deep breath, proud of yourself for having made it to the end. You know what? I never understood why we have the word finale when we have final. You know? What's the difference? Why do we do that? You let out a deep breath, proud of yourself for having made it to the end. Though the experience hadn't endeared you to fireworks, you at least felt good that you weren't alone. What is this buzzing? What is this loud noise? Oh, he's picking up the wood that I put out earlier. Okay. Lizzie and Mommy gave a final whoop of delight before coming to join you and Mom, embracing you both in a giant family hug. Cove shyly looked on, relieved by the smile that now brightened your face. His dad took the opportunity to ruffle his hair. Cove shook him off, but with a grimace of resignation rather than irritation. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the firework display, then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way, and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. You know what? I regret not giving Cove some of my ice cream. That could have been a really cute moment, but it's my ice cream. It's my ice cream. Sandcastle. Oh, I remember this one. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed the single shell to shore, glittering and blue, another reminder of the places he couldn't go. Oh, can I have that shell? It's glittery and blue? I love it. From what you've heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get that cast off. Even cut it off himself if he could. Oh, Lord. You thought about how the summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here with you and Shiloh, Lizzie, and everyone else, and he couldn't even go into the sea. His town wasn't bad. It had all of your favorite things in it, but sitting there, on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty. The ocean. And huge. It could be anything out there. Like mermaids. I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Something might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Well, we don't know that. We don't know mermaids aren't real. They're real to me. Something might be fun if we could, but it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Oh, clicked off by accident. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Okay. Just tell him to shut up, Cove. Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? That's a great question. I've never built a sandcastle. Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. I've never really made one before, and there's nothing else to do. I've never really made one before. Okay. He put his hand back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you've ever seen him, guided the two of you through his process. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve out a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is gonna be a real castle. Oh, love that. Cool, this is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to make a mansion. I gotta be different. I gotta be special. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to do what Lizzie would do and design a mansion. It's not about what Lizzie would do. It's about what Princess would do. And Princess would make a mansion. Or attempt to. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finish shipping before either of them did, glancing up from what you've built. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of what was really interesting, and Cove had a lot of shells, but there were still some options. The first thing you reached for was, give me that blue seashell. It was the best fit for your mansion, you decided. The blue color of it still reminded you of the clear water, so you displayed it front and center, making it headlining feature for your whole thing. Pleased with your result, you really took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. We checked out Cove's sandcastle. Let's look at his sandcastle. Let's be interested in Cove. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in the cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging in the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. Oh my gosh. What a sight to see. The silence was then broken. What's on the top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke. It's good. That's smart. That is smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess I don't see it. You should be an architect. Kinda looks more like a worm. I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. Oh, it's so cute. Look at him. And that was that for that topic. Princess, can I see what you did? No. Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. All you really knew about mansions was that they were supposed to be big, so you'd gone really big. It's the size of a country club that Lily played golf at, compared to Cove's and Shiloh's buildings. Probably even bigger. Ooh. We got acres, we got acreage, we have an estate. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. I want a castle. I want an estate. I want all that land to just be in, to exist in. Hey, princess, what did you do? It's a mansion. Cove, please. Cove scoffed for the moment. Apparently the anger was actually still there after his argument with Lizzie more than a week ago. I can't. It looks great. Your house is so big. It's not a big house, it's a mansion. I guess mansions are just really big houses. Thanks. You just looked at them. Huh? Is being a house bad? No, but we each made our own place. Nobody is the same. I think we are. Cove raised an eyebrow at that. What is happening here? If something is the only one of that thing, it makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Oh, we're gonna glide past that conversation about how Shiloh doesn't think he's special. Shiloh, who's telling you you're not special? Besides yourself. You're special. You're special to me. You are so beautiful to me. I didn't want to. Shout out to Alfalfa in the gang, the little rascals. Cove trailed off again. There was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your mom met my dad, Princess? You cocked your head, thinking about it briefly. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parents acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Well, I was there. Were you? Were you there? I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Princess's parents and my dad met the same day we met them. I'm gonna say what happened. Oh, okay. Share with the class. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. Oh, this is so sad. This is kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. You stayed silent and let Cove finish his story. I want to stick up for Shiloh. We gotta stick up for the little man. Huh? I mean, we're talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Oh, okay. Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Ooh. Cove continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. Okay, your story's not that important, buddy. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too, stopped at your house. And I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. Sorry, my brother messaged me an hour ago and I'm just looking at it. Okay, yeah. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house when he started talking to them. I don't know what they did. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills here. The ones where we met the first time. Cove nodded and then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Okay. Awkward. What? That's all you wanted to say? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised. That's all that happened. And that story was not important that you had to be mean to Shiloh? Okay, why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories. I can't. That was a pretty bad story. Oh my gosh, these options. Thanks for telling me. I'm just gonna say okay. What is it? What? You said that in a weird way. You're crazy, bro. You're crazy. Cove narrowed his eyes at you, suspicious. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders. I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the beach first, before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brow furrowed a little more as he quickly racked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. No, this man's a freak for the beach. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh? Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? What the fuck is wrong with you, Cove? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this, perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody is named Cove. Ooh, tell him. Tell him, Shiloh. It was probably just your dad bugging Princess's family some more because you don't have anyone else who'll ever play with you. Oh my god! Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to move past. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. You tried to play on your own. Are we gonna build more? You nervously messed with the sand. I'm gonna mess with the sand. I'm got nothing to say. I'm gonna let this simmer. You picked up some sand and turned it over in your hands. There didn't seem to be much you could do to stop the fight, and you weren't sure what to do with yourself. Cove looked over at you, looked at what you were doing, started building his own set of walls. Shiloh took a breath before kneeling back down to his own patch of sand. It seemed they both decided to try playing again. We were glad for that, bless. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to that moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. I'm so sad don't get to know what Shiloh's mom looks like. Or maybe we do. Maybe I just haven't seen her yet. Shiloh and Cove mostly followed your lead and barely said a word. His mom standing behind him, even Shiloh's goodbye had been quiet. Friendly, cheerful, but noticeably quiet. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. So you led the way on the path back home. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. What you thinking? What's on your mind? You didn't want to leave it hanging in the air, so you decided to just ask. Why are you making that face? I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why did Shiloh act like that? When I said he was all red a lot. You were being rude to him. He's just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know. It's just Shiloh. He gets embarrassed. You were being rude. No, I wasn't. You were being rude. Maybe you don't think you were being rude, but you were being rude. It looked like that to me, and it wasn't just saying one thing. You're not very nice to Shiloh. I didn't mean it like that. Shiloh's kind of weird to talk to. Everyone's weird to talk to. But we do it. See? That's kind of rude. I guess. I can get it why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, princess? Was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you or your dad. You know what? We're gonna tell him about the money. We're gonna tell him. We don't want to hold this over us. We don't want this held over us, okay? We're gonna tell him. Well, remember how you talked about how our parents met? I didn't know what really happened. Yeah? I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. It's not as creepy as it sounds, okay? I mean, it's still very creepy, but it's not as creepy as it sounds. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You met his gaze even as your stomach twisted itself into knots. I was walking home, and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he just moved into the house next to mine. Cove was still listening, his expression as plain as before. You paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. I gotta tell the truth. Let it out. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Your dad said he'd give me $20 if I became friends with you. Cove was so still, you thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. Hey, say something. Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth, his eyebrows bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was gonna cry. You were certain of it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his eyes. Nope. Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his glasses, his fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then, right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers, slipping down his cheeks. Hey, you shouldn't cry because of that. I'll give you a reason to cry. I'm joking, no. You step closer, you place your hand on his head, you touch his shoulder. I'm gonna stay by him, because I don't like people touching me when I'm crying. You couldn't go anywhere with Cove in this state, but Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence. Go away! You flinched at the shout. As you stood there listening to him cry, you felt uncomfortable over the scene he was making, concerned for him, regret for telling him about the money. I feel bad about everything. You wish you were still making sandcastles on the beach. Before Cove was sad, before Charlotte was mad, everything had been so much better then. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands. Worse, his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. See? Fight, flight, or freeze? I'm freezing. The situation was awful, and you kept feeling worse every second. Stop being so loud. Please, don't cry. I'm sorry, Cove. You hugged him. You started to cry, too. I'm crying, too. Cry babies! You didn't know what to do to stop Cove from crying. You began to panic. Before you realized that your eyes were misting over, then you were crying with him. You couldn't stop. You heard a door opening, and you flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. Boo! Those adults suck. You didn't want Cove to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, but for the situation, for anything. But the door stood open now, didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive. Though a kid crying is pretty distinct, and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son? His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared. It reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of his house. He just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. Action, Dad. He skidded to a stop before a Cove, bent down on one knee, and then solidly cupped Cove's teary face with his hands. Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable or unwilling to cough out an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. Cove asked if you made me hang out with him. I just told him the truth. You tried to give me money. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words. I hate moments like this. I hate being uncomfortable. Why? Why would you? What do you mean, why would I? I'm a child. I'm 8. You expect me to keep the secret from him? He's my best friend. He clammed his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down. Oh my God. When he next spoke, it wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Princess is only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheeks with a thumb. Am I still crying? Are we doing like that Midsummer thing? We're both crying together. It's an empathy cry. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet, confused. You stared at a little rectangle that all adults seemed to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. What if he paid off his son? Stop crying and I'll give you money. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cove's face. Oh my gosh. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth. Hey, Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give this cash if you do. I'll give you this cash if you do. What? Sir. Sir. Cash means nothing to a child. They do not know the monetary value of a $20 bill. They just know they can get things. You need to give us things, not money. But I did learn about money can buy you things. So, kind of a weird situation. Cove dropped his hands into his face. From his face, it had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time, he questioned Mr. Holden's tactics, like parenting. Bad parenting. He had to use two hands, but Cove finally shoved his dad's own hand away. But Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction, tossed the money aside, it unfurled as it blew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. I'm gonna pick that shit up. It's mine now. I got $40. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrists and lowered them to Cove's sides, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't letting it go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away, tears continuing to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hands as he continued. Not him sniffling in my ear. Not me sniffling in your ears. Princess is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Okay, sir. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son. So much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. With his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Why are they using words like that? Precipice? Like, what a word to use. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his father's shoulder. Can I go back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. Where are you going? As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. You sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. It's not my job to fix that situation. That's his dad's job to fix that situation. How come I couldn't make him feel better? Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. Huh? He winked and you weren't impressed. I'm confused. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyway. There's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it.
That's a relief.
That's for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. Sure, why not? As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. Cove, I don't think that your dad wanted you to give that to me, but I will take it. I will gladly take this off your hands. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. I'm taking it. Thanks. Gingerly, you pinched the slip of paper between your fingers and slowly took it from Cove. He continued to smile at you. Gripping the note tight, you smiled back at him. Though you struggled to find the words for the moment, you knew that this gift was more than the number of pennies it was worth at the bank. No, because I'm spending that. I am spending that 20. I now have $40. It was a sign of Cove's trust. He believed you. Thanks. Cove continued to look at you softly, his eyes wide and earnest. Yeah. You considered using the money to secretly buy something nice for Cove. You still treasured the keychain Cove had once bought for you. It would be nice to give him a little gift as a token of your friendship in return. Yeah, sure, we'll buy him a little gift. Buy him a cute little gift. Mr. Holmes stood up, stretching his arms out casually. You better not ask me for this money back, sir. You're not getting it. I will take you to court over this $40. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You should probably too. I bet your moms want to see you. Why would they want to see me? They see me every day. Alright. Bye. A little measly bye. Okay, Cove. I see how it is. Have a good night. And thanks, Princess. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home. The note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. And $20 richer. Run away! Let's do the DLC! Let's run away! Why aren't we running away? Let me take a small break. I'm not going anywhere. I just need to hydrate. I've been doing a lot of talking. I've been talking since 11 this morning. Oh, and an ad break? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, it's not showing me though. It's not showing me when the ads are about to show. Take small break to a drink. You're gonna check my phone. It says 10 p.m. but I want it so badly, guys. I want it so badly to be here so we can play Animal Crossing. My Nook Mile points are already not okay. I've lost them all. It's all my stupid capture card's fault. Fuck my capture card. Okay, break is over. It was early and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, we imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you. Almost as if he was a mind reader. Cove, I was looking for you. Come to the playground with me. Sorry. Oh, hope. Why no? Sorry. Why can't you come? Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Princess. Where the fuck are you going? What? Where? He shifted and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things in his pockets from what you've seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. Okay. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves of dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Okay. Thanks for telling me. Thanks for telling me that you're leaving. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. I don't get it, but where are you going? Oh, can I go too? I'll come with you. But where are you going? He didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'll come back though, sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. What kind of stuff, and where are you going? He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Wait, get back here. He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What the hell? What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly, it didn't seem as fun anymore. Not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. I'm gonna go to the park. It was still sad Cove wouldn't be there, but you wanted to stick with the plans you had on your own. Maybe Cove and his dad were going on a vacation. That had to be it, you reasoned. After all, Cove said he was gonna be back. He wasn't moving again, as far as we know. You resolved to spend time with Cove when you saw him next time for sure. After a couple of hours at the playground by yourself, it had gotten firmly into the afternoon. You were on the swing set with your feet buried in the sand when you spotted Lizzie in the distance. She was rushing over like something was on her tail, chasing her. You knew she would be coming, but was she that excited to get to the park? Instead of nabbing the thing beside yours, Lizzie stopped in front of you. She bent over, balanced her hands on her knees, and panted. Did you hear? Hear what? Lizzie bounced back up, her eyes blown wide. You only saw her this worked up when she found the new hiding place of Mom's sugar stash. See, I knew it. I knew we had sugar here. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. It's about Cove. Cove. Something in the pit of your stomach dropped at hearing his name. You listened intently as Lizzie explained. I just came out when I saw lots of people gathered around in the middle of that street. They were talking kind of quietly, so I don't think I was supposed to hear, but that just means it was important. So I snuck up, and I heard everything. She paused dramatically. Clearly, she wanted you to say something. What did you hear? Seeing that she had gotten your attention, Lizzie continued. Cove is missing. He left a piece of paper for Mr. Holden to tell him he was going away and would be gone for a long time, and no one's seen him since. Oh my god. Am I an accessory in a crime? Now they're searching the whole neighborhood. The grown-ups were even saying that if they don't find Cove soon, they'll call the police. The police? This was horrible. You had seen Cove, you knew he was going someplace, but you had no idea it was like that. Was Cove going to be arrested for running away? You thought you might have to go to jail too for not saying anything and letting him go. That's what I'm saying. Or am I just being silly? Am I being childish? You glanced back at Lizzie. Should you tell her that you'd known about Cove leaving, or would it be better to keep that to yourself? I'm not telling her shit. I'm gonna keep it a secret. Now wasn't the time to bring it up. Actually, finding Cove was more important. Plus, all of this wasn't your fault. You had no idea that things would turn out so bad. You watched as your sister began to pace in front of you. I know Mom said Cove was sad about moving here, but running away from home is crazy. Where else is he gonna go anyway? He probably went back to his old house. I hope someone finds him. Yeah, I'd go tons of places. Lizzie scrunched her face up, thinking deeply for a moment. Then she nodded and planted her hands on her hips, determined. I'm gonna look too. Okay. You are? We can play at the park any day. And the more people there are looking, the quicker someone will find him. Maybe I'll be the one who does. I'm the best at hide and seek after all. It seemed like Lizzie wanted to look not only because she was concerned about Cove, but also because it was the most interesting thing to happen this week. Oh my gosh. Like I said, messy. Messy. Wish me luck. And good luck. Before you could say anything, she ran off the opposite direction from where she came. You were left in the dust in a matter of moments. That was your sister for you. But Lizzie's appearance in this crisis faded to the back of your mind just as quickly. Cove. He told us that he was leaving to go somewhere by himself. Why did Cove suddenly decide to do that today? Did something bad happen? It was impossible to say for sure. Unfortunately, you had no idea where he could have gone. You thought hard. There were hills behind your house. He had gone there the first time you met. But someone would have checked there already. They wouldn't need the police for that. Cove must be far away or hiding somewhere if the whole neighborhood was looking for him. You swung back and forth, your lips pursed in contemplation. If I were Cove, where would I go? Lizzie said Cove was crazy for running away from home, but he never considered Sunset Bird his home, did he? His real home was somewhere else. There was only one place that came to mind that might be important enough for Cove to go off like that. It was a good idea, except how was he going to get there? Could he take a bus? Was he going to walk the whole way? You didn't know what direction he needed to take. But wait, there was only one way he could go. Going down the street just led to the beach. That couldn't be right. Going to either side would mean he'd get stuck by buildings and fences and big slopes like the one behind your house. That left going up the street. You knew that road. It led into the main part of town and kept going all the way to the city limits. Cove didn't know the area well. You didn't think he'd want to go off that road onto some random other street, which meant if someone followed that path, they might find him somewhere along it. The ground seemed to be looking in the neighborhood, so I'm gonna go off by myself. Like, should we get an adult? Yes, but are we going to? No. There was no time to lose. You rushed to where you had abandoned your flip-flops and slipped them on. Like, obviously, it'd probably be better to tell an adult, because obviously, for reasons, they have a car, they can search there, like, better that way. If they see him walking, get them faster. We don't know if he stopped or anything. We do not know that. You rushed to where you abandoned your flip-flops and slipped them on. They slapped against the sand as you left the playground. You went right up along the main street, keeping an eye out for Cove. No one else had the same idea as you, it seemed, because you were completely alone there. You passed through your whole neighborhood and then the next one over and the next. You hurried down the sidewalk as fast as you could without running. You recalled Lizzie's comment about hide and seek. It really did feel like Cove was hiding from you somewhere and you had to find him. I feel like he wouldn't be hiding. He'd definitely just be walking. You kept walking. You even called out for Cove a few times, but you didn't see that familiar mop of green hair anywhere. After a while, the sun began to dip out of the sky. It would be dark soon, and there was no sign of your neighbor. You weren't even in the residential district by this point. You had reached the central part of town. The area was at once strange and familiar. You'd been here before, of course, but never without your moms close by. They would drive you. Not even Lizzie was allowed to come here by herself. Would Cove have been determined enough to go even further? Cove? You shouted his name a few times, as you had done periodically this entire time, but there was nothing. Maybe he's not going this way. Was he somewhere else? Had someone found him already? I'm gonna keep going forward. You were able to make it this far, you had to continue the search. With that in mind, you pushed yourself to walk a little faster. People said this was a really tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. Well, do you know if you're even outside of town yet? Eventually the business part of town ended. There was no sidewalk anymore. Only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. Ooh, now leaving Sunset Bird? Oh my gosh, this is scary. Your feet hurt, you were tired, you were on your own, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you'd see this sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you and finally put an end to your forward momentum. You scanned your surroundings instead of dwelling on that. You deeply hoped he hadn't gone past that sign either. Hey Cove, where are you? The previous times you called his name, there had been no answer. You couldn't be surprised that one didn't come this time either, until... Princess? A dark blob just behind one of the exit sign's legs shifted. You squinted as it continued to move. The more you stared, the more your eyes adjusted, and the more that dark blob resembled a person, then you realized just who it was. It was Cove! He was here! You actually found him! He hesitantly got up from where he'd been sitting, as if to make sure he had actually heard something. Then he caught sight of you, his eyes wide behind his glasses. There you are, you crazy! I'm so happy you're here. I'm looking everywhere for you. I knew you'd be here. You were just as stunned as... Okay, no. I'm looking everywhere for you! Cove finally blinked as you ran up to him, feet still aching. How did you find me? You said you were leaving and you always wanted to go back home, so I thought you must have come this way.
Oh.
That oh. And that was all he said. After all of this, maybe he didn't realize how seriously the adults were taking it. You good, buddy? Yeah. He didn't look okay. His brows were pinched and his shoulders tense. You got the feeling pointing that out wouldn't help matters. Everyone's looking for you. And that got his attention. He frowned at you.
Really?
They are? Yeah, the whole neighborhood. Lizzie told me they might even call the police. Oh my god, I want a heart-shaped pizza. I just have a craving for pizza right now. Oop, I keep hitting my mic every time I lean forward. And it's because of my little cat ears on my headphones. But I want a heart-shaped pizza. I've always wanted a heart-shaped pizza. But I'm making country roast for dinner. And Gil's not gonna be home for forever. Okay. Let me not complain. Let's get through the story. Yeah, the whole neighborhood. Lizzie told me they might even call the police. We might get arrested. Oh my god. What? Why? I don't know. Because you tried to run away, probably? And I knew, so I'm your, accomplice. Was that the word? You thought so. You heard it before on those detective shows Mommy liked to watch. We're not gonna be arrested. You don't know that. You don't know that, Cove. Although Cove said that, he looked a little worried over the news. Making a heart-shaped making a pizza heart-shaped adds to the flavor. It does. I wouldn't know though. I can just assume because I've never had a heart-shaped pizza. But I want one. It'd be so cute. It'd be so cute. Come on, Cove, let's go home. Sorry, I had to go into my hands to do that so that I didn't yell. So I didn't clip the mic. Come on, Cove, let's go home. No. He spoke crossly. You were thirsty and exhausted, and you weren't sure you could keep going back and forth about this. Boy, if you don't take your scraggly ass back to your house, I'm dragging you by your roots. Why not? How come? Why? Why can't we just go? You're stupid. I'm not gonna tell you you're stupid. I don't understand why you can't go back. Why not? I am saying why not. Same here. Song. If I had the money, I'd get you a heart-shaped pizza. You'd be my Valentine. Gil almost missed his opportunity. I told him yesterday he had until 11 p.m. to ask me to be his Valentine. And you know what he did? He waited 4 minutes before it was about to be 11 p.m. to ask me to be his Valentine. When I've been telling him for weeks that he needs to ask me. So he lucked out. If he was 4 minutes late, he would not have been my Valentine. I would have rejected him. Excuse me. Your shout caused him to flinch, but not enough to budge. Ooh. At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me and stuff. Oh, she asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But then when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move somewhere else first. Does she? Like, I guess. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued. I'm not doing a voice crack. Why can't I even see her anymore? He used his uncasted arm to rub both his eyes. We had pizza like last week though. That's the thing. And then we had pizza yesterday, but it was like the leftover pizza that we had last week. So I don't know if he would want to get pizza. I don't know. I want pizza. I want a cute heart-shaped pizza. I'm gonna go by myself. I don't need anyone to take me. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? That's such a bad idea. This is all just too much. You start to cry. I'm not gonna cry. Do you know the direction to your? Do you know the direction to your old house? He just wanted to see his mom. Maybe you would have had the idea to run away too if you were Cove, but that doesn't mean it'll work. She's not there. They both left it. She's staying with somebody until she moves somewhere else. Where's her friend's house? Cove was silent for a moment. You poked a hole in his perfect plan. Good. Then he shook his head like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly... Hold on, I thought I saw something. It's just my eyes playing tricks on me, I suppose. Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. You frowned at the sight. No matter what, you hated seeing him cry. How many times have we seen this man cry now? 3, 4, 5? Then she what? Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. Hate when that happens. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. I don't think that's true. I do not think that's true. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? Well, how do you know she's going to forget about you? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that. So it must be true for Cove's mom too. It's not true for every mom, but I don't think Cove's mom would abandon him, honestly. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You were at a standstill. Everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay here forever, and we can't go back, and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. Then we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. His lower lip trembled at your declaration. Homies help homies. I gotta stick beside him. It's my man. I gotta stick beside him. Like, he's a child, but like, I'm a child in this scenario right now, and we're besties, and you stick beside your best friends. Are you sure you don't have to? You can still go home without me. You didn't leave a letter or anything. I'm sure. Thanks. The final part of his statement was whispered. You're always there when I think I'm gonna be by myself. And that was that from him. Both of you shuffled towards the sign. He sat near it again, and you followed, crossing your legs under yourself. I'm gonna be in so much trouble when I get home. I'm gonna be grounded for 2 months till the end of summer vacation. He zipped open his backpack and offered you a snack, which you took. You hadn't had dinner, so you were hungry. Ooh, what you got a snack? What's a snack? There was a feeling of camaraderie in the silence as you ate. What's the snack? Do you think they called the police after all? Most definitely they have called the police by now. It's dark, they have called the police. Everyone must still be looking for Cove, and you too now. No, probably not. You didn't sound confident though. You still hoped he was right. You didn't want to go to jail. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were letting your eyelids droop while huddling near Cove under the sign, and the next you were snapped back to attention by a blaring beep of a horn. Cove froze. You looked around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed down where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. What are you kids doing out here? I've been looking everywhere for you. Cove needed to go someplace. She stopped looking at you, instead staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. Ooh, I'm about to get the spanking of a lifetime. Guilt ate you up from the inside. Get in, let's get you two home. That at least made her showing up worth it. Okay. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you've done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. There wasn't a good thing to do, not at all. Your instinct would have been to hide because I know I would have been waiting at home if they caught us. What? No. My instinct would have been to hide because I know what I'd have waiting at home if they caught us. Got it. Understood. Also, what is this? What is this emote? Poro sad? Who is Poro and why he's sad? Oh no. Oh, it's a Twitch Global emote? Okay. I'm sorry you're sad, Poro. Honestly, same. I would definitely be like, yeah, no. I'll just find my way home. Shamefaced, you both nodded as one. Sorry, Mrs. Rigel. Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though. You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again, and you were off. What is Cove's dad doing? How is he teaching his son? Because I feel like Cove's not learning a single lesson here. For the rest of the car, like, not everything needs to be a lesson, but, like, these are some teachable moments. And I feel like he's teaching them wrong. Like, Cove is not passing the curriculum. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of an engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. I wonder what else he has in that backpack. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Maybe Cove is just stupid and that's okay. I mean, yeah, I guess. It's okay to be a little stupid sometimes. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness. You found both of them. Yes, I did. They were at the actual end of town, right under the now leaving sign. What were you two doing there this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? Yeah, we do. No? Yeah, maybe. You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy, and there were dry tears tracks stuck onto his cheeks. I wanted to see my mom. Princess came to get me. Your mom sure to look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Oh, you really do like strawberry shortcake Valentine's Day hearts? I was so glad you liked them. I'm thinking about keeping them up. I really like them too. They're so cute. We could do it the other way. Like I said, let me show you it real quick. Hold on. Let me switch the scenes. Like, see, this way is like, it's pink here and then like the white's around here. But this way, it's white here and there's pink. But this one gives me more strawberry shortcake, and the other one is just like, okay, it's cute, but what's it giving, you know? Okay, anyway, back to... Nope, wrong. Hold on. Okay. I clicked the wrong thing. Let me click the right thing. And there we go. You're almost... Okay, yeah. We read that already. Since they were communicating telepathically, you saw the glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Do it? I just might. At least for the rest of the week. I'll keep the lights up. Could she be outside somewhere searching for Cove still? Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep. The same way you should have been. Okay, but if I hadn't found Cove, you guys wouldn't have found Cove, and he would have got snatched up, so you're welcome. She came back earlier. She'd been out looking for Cove after accidentally finding out he was missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but she was worried. Said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but she couldn't find Cove. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort. You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall, so you heard your moms talking softly. He wanted to see his mother. Poor thing. That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots. Riots? For Cove? No. I'll call. Then go to the front to tell everyone's still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hon. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. What else you got in that backpack? I'm sorry, Princess. You faced him quietly. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight. Were we fighting? And you won't do it again? I'm sorry too. You took his apology wordlessly. And you won't do it again? I won't. Not for real. Not for real? You gonna do it for fake? You gonna do this again for fake? Don't scare me like that. The Sims 4 is getting fixed. Sorry. And this is why I have Twitch mode on, so I don't get notifications. So my phone doesn't surprise me. It's a pixelated video. It's probably nothing. Okay, I don't want to fight either. Having him apologize didn't make you feel better. He looked relieved that the two of you were going to be able to get past this. You had more to say to Cove and to ask him, like what's in his backpack probably, but before you could, the front door opened. Your mom was back, with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son. God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. Okay, Arianka, I don't know why I just noticed his ponytail. His eyes were darkened, like he'd been crying too. Aw. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good, it's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Oh, scary. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Okay. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're all right too, Princess. Then looked at your moms. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
And I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff, really. It couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Listen, I didn't disappear on purpose. I was looking for him. Exactly, we're just happy the kids are safe and sound. So I didn't disappear, okay? I technically did not disappear. I was out searching with the rest of you. Not for the first time that day, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. The way I've thought about running away from my house so many times, and the times I've almost done it, and the times I have done it, crazy. Nobody really knows about those times though. I never really told anybody about my runaway attempts. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. Oh, twinsies, look at us. Look at us. Who'd have thought? Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. Promise. So life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine. Look at us. Who'd have thought? Not me. That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? You can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out, mused his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over, carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow, but he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold. His backpack looks so empty in the sprite. Oh my gosh, it looks so empty in the sprite. It looks very flat. Like, that's why I'm wondering what he has in there. Hope it was just like a candy bar, $5, and a notebook. He had to have packed a change of clothes too, but he's a child. I don't think children think about that. It was probably just snacks in there. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold. Thanks, Princess. Good thing I was there. A tiny smile flitted across his lips, there and then gone. Yeah. I'm glad you're okay. You waved him off. You hugged. Let's hug him. Come here, you. Actually, you know what? No, we're not at that level yet. I'm glad you're okay. We'll hug him when we're adolescents. I began to sniffle. He began to sniffle again while looking at your face. I'm glad you're here. Aw. And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to bed with more discussion on what happened that day. Over over your head. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. Wow, you must be really hungry. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them reassured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. Oh my gosh. You did a lot of walking. We sure did. They were none too pleased that you went out to find Cove on your own. As punishment, your mom took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. With your little baby leggies? I know, and I'm not that tall. When I was 8, I was short, okay? I'm short. I'm considered short now. I'm 5'2.5", so just imagine me at like 8 years old. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late and without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt or worse. Yeah, I know. But what's the fun of telling the adults? We need to have our cute little moments. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. You didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. Okay. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used that you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. Ew. Hate that word. But there wasn't anything you could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Fuck you guys. We don't need you. Leave us alone. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal as they had to. Summer kept going and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. Okay. I feel like if I continue, we're going into past where I want to for right now. So I'm gonna take a short break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to finish childhood. So give me a few seconds, guys, okay? Okay? Thank you. Hold on. BRB. I'm back. I am back. Sorry about that. Long little short break. According to the recipes I found, I should have started cooking this hours ago. Didn't think it'd take that long. So I've set a two hour time. I think we'll be done within these next 2 hours. But if we're not, then I'm gonna stop again. And I gotta go base the foods. We have potato. Yeah, we have potato. Okay. Let's get back into the game. Fireflies! Ooh! It's like, it's not letting me click it. Alright, tonight we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a huge sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Fireflies are like the only tolerable bug for me. I can tolerate me a firefly. They're cute. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, are you? Oh, you are you? Sorry. Yeah! You start eating faster, you look over at your mom's. Yeah! You rocked lightly from the side to side in your seat, already excited for your after dinner activity. I also rock. I'm a rocker. I'll be rocking back and forth. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we go, Miss Rigel? Oh, Shiloh's here? Okay. What happened? Something happened over here. Something changed. I guess nothing changed. Okay. Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. What do you think she does? What do you think her job is? But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. She got a hot date? You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she... Sorry about that beep. Okay. Thank you for that beep, I guess. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over, so that's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. It's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response. Oh my gosh. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Mom is just starting stuff all the time. We love Mommy. Mommy's our favorite mom. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine, fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind your house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. Oh, attitude. The idea had only just planted in your head, but you already could just picture all the glowing lights spreading out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. Should we choke somewhere away from the dinner table? That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Oh my gosh. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth! No one is gonna die. Sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it! Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking at the window to see who it was. You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse at the unexpected guest. Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Cove, what are you doing here? In an instant, you hopped out of your seat and run over, a wide grin on your face. Cove returned it with a small one of his own. Bouncing up and down on the balls of your feet excitedly, you tugged on Mommy's sleeve, hoping she'd ask him to stay. It doesn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket, eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back when we moved. Aww. Great, thanks, bye! Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. Oh my gosh. We're having drama already. Lizzie, calm down. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay to have people here. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here alright. What do you mean? He's across the street. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you gonna catch fireflies with us? You should come outside with us if you want to. Cove, are you gonna come outside with us and play? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. Yeah, she'll get over it. It's a lot of fun. Cove grinned at that, and you knew he was intrigued. I can do that. I've never caught one before. Same, I haven't either, but I've had them land on me. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. Speaking of summer, are you guys looking forward to summer? Because I'm not. I'm not looking forward to summer. Because the cicadas are going to be so fucking loud this year. There's going to be too many of them, in fact. Also, I just hate summer in general. I like more milder temperatures. I hate the heat. The heat is just too much for me. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been any anywhere he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. Oh, what'd you eat? Great question, Shiloh. I also want to know what he ate. Eggs. For dinner? Is that it? Just eggs? Just eggs? Hold on. Just eggs? He's not gonna feed you nothing else? Oh my gosh, this child's malnourished. Malnourished, not malnourished. He's malnourished. Poor Cove. Here, eat some food. We have plenty. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Why is he so mean to Shiloh? Why are you doing this to Shiloh? Shiloh does not deserve this behavior. Like a lot of eggs, a lot? That's too many. At most, if you're gonna eat that many eggs, it should be like omelet. But just straight eggs? No, no. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room. Cove? Your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's gonna come get you before he gets too much later. Sure. Oh, fun! This will be so nice. As you polish off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. I do that to Gil, not on purpose, but it does happen. Cause the way he walks, it's so much faster than how I walk. So I gotta like jog basically. I gotta be all up on him because he walks so fast. Come on, let's go. After a moment, he did. Bye, children. Bye, Mommy. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh. By the time you walked outside, you pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away. You're so slow, Princess. We don't have all night. Hold your horses, okay? I'll get there when I get there. The fireflies aren't going anywhere. It's nighttime. You can see them. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walk at a relaxed pace. I'm gonna walk with him. We're friends, we're buddies. Stick together. You fell behind, siding up next to him and matching his stride. He noticed you right away. Oh my god. I have hot Cheetos. I was like, in my head, I was like, I really want hot Cheetos. And then I remembered I have hot Cheetos. I'm gonna eat these hot Cheetos. Only a little bit, so I don't want to be crunching and munching on stream. Only a little bit. I deserve it as a treat. It's Valentine's Day. You go on ahead if you want. Nah. After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. The fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Heart-shaped hot Cheetos, what if? What if? You know they're making a hot Cheetos movie? It gets really weird. I'm gonna get my little handful in, and then I'll continue reading. No! I dropped one. Okay. I'll put them away now. Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys! It's really great out, huh? See how many there are. Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. Shiloh could. Why am I narrating this? Hold on. We're gonna giggle. I'm gonna laugh, point and laugh. Ha ha ha! You got a bug in your head. No, don't do that. I mean, it's cute. It's cute. It's a little lightning bug. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you, and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? You gestured to his head, and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped and followed after the glow. Look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb, and you tried to be cautious with that. Why do I have band-aids? You had accurate. I do have a lot of band-aids. You had a bandage on your palm, you tried to be cautious of that. I do get lots of band-aids on my fingers. I don't know what it is about objects, but they like hurting my hands. You had 2 bandages on your hand, and you tried to be cautious of that. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. Right now, I don't have any band-aids on, but did I need one the other day? Yes. Did I put one on? No. I had 2 band-aids on my hand. We're rambunctious and wild. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, and arms outstretched. So, back to this hot chocolate. No, back to this heart-shaped hot Cheetos. Why do I feel like if you had chocolate and hot Cheeto dust, it would taste good? I feel like it would. I would not mind a chocolate heart, hot Cheeto chocolate heart. I wouldn't mind one. It sounds delicious. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clasp his hands around the firefly. Aww. Blah! Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You told him about the firefly you had. You made a joke about what happened. You did your own things. Try again. There are plenty more fireflies. You can try again. Did you catch one? This is not about me right now, Cove. This is about you. You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand, and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Hey now. This is not what dreams are made of. Back up, Cove. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. Are we holding hands? What's happening? I'm gonna stay very still. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. Oh my god. Whose fucking man hand is that? That cannot be Cove's hand. I'm sorry. That is not the hand of a child. That is an adult hand. But I got a CGI. Isn't this so cute? The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked. Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. That one random guy who offered you ice cream from the fireworks event, have strawberry swirl or chocolate swirl at you, random dude with hot Cheeto dust on top? Yeah. You know what? I would try it. Such pretty nails, too. Manicured. I mean, yes, he does have pretty nails. But why does he have adult hands? Those are not the hands of a child. Cole's lips turned up into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, princess. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low five. Okay. Did the bug leave before you did that? Did you kill the bug? I hope not. It's the only time I care about if the bug is alive. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. He did that while the bug was still in my hand? Man, this is crazy. Your firefly was gone. Oops. Sorry. What if I cried? I'll forgive him. I'll forgive him. It's not like I really cared. I already caught one. I'm fine. I don't want any more bugs crawling on me. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever. Right. Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. I'm gonna sit in the grass and watch. I think I'll look at everything instead. That's fun too. Okay. He poked the tip of his shoe with the soft dirt. But now you got bug guts on your hand. He is a killer. He is. He's vicious. But he didn't kill the bug. The bug flew away. If he did do that though, if he had put bug guts on my hand, I would have wiped it on him. I would have. Because that's so disrespectful. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to that bug, first of all? And why would you do that to me? He poked the tip of his shoe into the soft dirt. I'll try to get something for you. Then we can be even. Okay. With that, he made a run for it. He quietly took a seat among the flowers. The others were jumping and dashing all about. You saw how many times they succeeded and failed. How Shiloh almost tripped a couple of times. It was a dramatic show, though around you it was calm. The lights of the stars and the fireflies surrounded you peacefully. It was a beautiful night. You laughed quietly to yourself as you watched the others, and Shiloh finally managed to catch a firefly between his small hands. His eyes lit up, and he spread his fingers to take a peek at it. The bug escaped and flew off into the air. Oh! You watched as he pounced after it once more, but your eyes soon landed on Cove, who had failed to catch a firefly yet. Cheer him on! No, are you bullying me? You can do it, Cove! Cove smiled and you gave him a thumbs up, watching intently to see what happened next. While Cove returned to hunting fireflies, you settled for laying back against the soft grass, watching the poppies swaying around you and the fireflies hovering against the vast sky. Princess, did you get something? You lifted your eyes to see Cove return to your side. His fist was carefully closed. Oh, he caught one. He stretched it out to the front of your face. You noticed a small glow coming from in between his fingers. I got one for you. This is cute. Wow, what now? The hand disappeared up and over you. Did I say disappeared or dispersed? I'm gonna assume that was disappeared. I could have read that wrong. This. You can tell how he moved in his face. You can tell from how he moved in his face that there must be a firefly on top of your head now. You laughed. You little punk. Why are you putting bugs on my head? It probably flew off, you thought. That made you laugh more. Thanks, Cove. Princess Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing up on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with a quick hand gesture. It was like that. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi! Hi. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll have to be a referee for the rest of us. Oh my gosh, he's so rude. He could totally do that, just have his arms outstretched. Lizzie pointed this out. Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way of tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it? The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else referee, but it was already decided. Last time I played this, I think I stayed with Cove, but I'm gonna get in position for the race. I'm gonna beat Lizzie. Satisfied with this, Lizzie moved to lay down. Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. Countdown! You quickly got into position as well, resting on your side in the grass and tucking your arms close to your chest. Well, 3, 2, 1, go! The three of you took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom. I feel like Shiloh is gonna win because he weighs less. You squeeze your eyes shut, a delighted laugh leaving you, and consequently allowing a few blades of grass to your mouth. No! You sputtered and reaching up to wipe them away. It threw off your balance and sent you canoeing sideways. Oof! Ah! Everyone started too close together because the slight turn made you, then Shiloh, and then Lizzie collide into a heap. You tumbled down the last few feet in a pile. Shiloh's elbow was in your stomach, and you were pretty sure Lizzie's hair was in your mouth. But you had survived. Perhaps it wouldn't have been safe for Cove after all. You could hear him laughing in the distance. When you opened your eyes, you saw the starry sky above, and Cove still on top of the hill, staring down at the three of you with an amused look on his face. Hey, cool crash. I think Shiloh was the first one at the bottom. That didn't count. We need a redo. Kids, it's time to come in. No! You sighed, not knowing if it was from contentment or exasperation, and closed your eyes again. It had gotten late, and he was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together, side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. Excuse me. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging from the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. I burped a little bit. I'm so sorry for that. DLC sleepover. Woo! Sleepover. Woo! This would never be allowed. This would never be allowed. I cannot have co-ed sleepovers at my house. I mentioned earlier in the stream about how Gil had to stay over at my house and my uncle got mad and he doesn't even live with us. Crazy. But yeah. Alright kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time. As if it had heard your mom's words, you halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. What? Last one to the table is a rotten egg. I haven't. But it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. Lizzie, you're scum. You're scum. I'm gonna throw a pillow at her. Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you launched it towards her. It hit her in the back of the leg, but it was too soft to do anything of real consequence, and she merely brushed the attack off with a scowl. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. You know what? Let's ice her out. Let's give her the cold shoulder. I won. That means you're a rotten egg. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you think so too, right? Oh, Cove's here? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come over to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You were the one who asked your moms about it. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. I wasn't surprised. Maybe I'm surprised that they agreed, but I'm not surprised. I wanted this to happen. They told you they would ask Mr. Holden. You looked forward to it since the moment you found out he agreed. And you even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races. We just experienced that. Well, did I win or what?
No.
Tell him. Tell her, Cove. What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Princess is slow. Cheating's cheating and cheaters never win.
Always pick their side.
And what about it? Ko snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. Oh my gosh, he's in love. He's in love. I pick them and they pick me. Oh my god. You're a couple of rotten eggs then. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Thanks, Mom. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Two can play that game. You stuck your tongue out right back. When Mommy pointedly cleared her throat, though, the two of you stopped. Your parents brought the last of the food. Then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a shock to you? Cove's gaze met your purple eyes. You smiled briefly. He grinned back. Okay. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on the top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. I don't either, Cove. I do not blame you. I really don't. One dish seemed to have his eye, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Pineapple chicken? Not really. Sorry. But then your mom had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey? What a pointed question to ask. Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. Oh yeah. Mommy is Hawaiian, isn't she? He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then she spoke again. He should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. I haven't had Hawaiian food either before, so it's okay, I guess. It's okay. You can try stuff that's new, maybe. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens if you miss a meal. What? Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this. Oh shoot. I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. Cove is me. Picky eater till I die. I will starve. If there's not something I want that I like, I will starve. I will not eat. You let your mom handle this. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. You should try something new. Are you tired of eating the same old things? You were only trying to help, but it seemed to make Cove even more resistant to tasting any of the dishes. He sat back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest stubbornly. I like the same old things. I do too, Cove. It's okay. Mom shook her head over the debacle this was becoming. New isn't always exciting for everyone, but it could be this time, Cove. Sorry, I didn't mean old things were bad. Cove loosened his stance again at the comforting remark. But it's dinner, and you shouldn't eat nothing. The ribs and chicken are yummy. Ooh, ribs. I want ribs. You guessed Cove trusted your judgment, because eventually he took a little of the 2 dishes and put them on his plate. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites. There we go. It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He's still speared? Okay, he still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Okay, as some of these words, like I've seen them before, but like have I seen them before? Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Ooh. Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. In the end, you supposed that it was the two of them, that if the two of them didn't want to be friends, you couldn't force them to be. Yeah, he's my friend. He's not her friend, he's my friend. You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend, the two of you were friends, right? You wonder how he felt about you. That still made you nervous about your own relationship with him. At least the two of you were definitely friends. We're definitely friends. Fuck you, Lizzie, he's my friend. You know without a doubt, the way he felt about Lizzie didn't change it. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, confirming your thoughts. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug. Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. I do not agree with that, Mom. I do not agree. It's not a nice thing to say to someone, anyone, but Pam. Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now, less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But, Mom... No buts. We talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. Now, for now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You groaned about it as well. I'm gonna groan about it as well. Why not? Why not join in on the griping? It seemed way too early to go to sleep. Yeah, let's not go to sleep exactly after dinner. We need to let our food digest. We need to like get it all in there. The sooner you sleep, the sooner a brand new day will be here. I think that's pretty exciting. You weren't sure you agreed. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and he tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared, the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. They gave Cove his own bedroom. Mommy finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. All ready for night lights out, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. We are. Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed. Sweet dreams to you too, Mommy. I love you. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Are you gonna kiss him too? Seems like something you would do, Mommy. Be careful. Do you eat anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high and he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. Are you that small where that works? How much do 8-year-olds weigh? They have to weigh like 100 pounds, right? Or am I wrong? I feel like they at least weigh like around that range. He's just shaking you like a flour bag? No. He keeps doing that until sometimes, until sometimes he does drop me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. I feel like that's something you do with a toddler, not a child. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual. Around 55 to 60 pounds on average. I see. I do not know about how much children weigh. That is apparent. That is evident. I simply cannot imagine though. He must be a small child. He can't be a small child. We saw his hands. We saw his adult hands. Cove, you're suspicious. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about his nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. At least half of that is his man hands. Exactly. Why did he have adult hands? But I don't want to do that here. Girl, you were not going to get that happening here. Don't worry. Aw, how fun. Though, I think you're right that it might be a good idea to do that. But it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be soft enough. Might not be a soft enough landing. Christ. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Princess's other mom. But I'm a nicer one. Just don't tell her that. Oh my gosh. I mean, we all know it. It's all evident. But still. Neolani, girl. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb. I have never seen the door jamb spelled that way, but okay. She rested a hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bug. Yep. I tried to say it and I couldn't. Don't let the bed bugs bite. With the last smile. Christ, what is happening? Why am I adding words? Why am I adding syllables? Can I not read? Apparently not. With a small smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so exciting to have Cove spending the night. Door jam, lamb, the lamb pusher in your bed that you just like. It's a mastermind behind everything. It is. I don't appreciate this lamb conspiring against me. Hey, Cove. You're my friend. Oh, thanks. You're my friend too. Okay. What? I'm smelling the food and it's smelling good. It is smelling good. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove. What's wrong? What was that? Could you be less loud? He didn't do anything. Could you be quieter, please? Stop. What is happening? What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Don't be going through my drawers. You don't know what I got in there. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. Why are your glasses in my side table drawer? Put them bitches on the floor next to you so you have them when you wake up. I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached the inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew, even without reading the title, which one it was. That was one your moms would read to you. It was special. Be careful, that's fine. I thought you were looking for your glasses. I'm gonna be snarky. I was, then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What's it about? I don't know how I feel about seeing this kid with not having glasses on. It looks weird. He looks like a baby Kellen Quinn. It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight and there's magic. Ooh, I love that. Does it have mermaids? No, but I love the main character because Squire is really brave and funny. It has cool pictures, some of them even take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me. She uses different voices for every character. My dad used to do that to me. And that one of the reasons why I was afraid of witches is because he gave the witch voice a very scary voice. It's a silly little voice, but for me, it was terrifying. It was terrifying every time he would read Rapunzel to me. But I love when he read it to me. There's a dragon in it, and crazy things happen. You know what? I love the main character. But they're stuck working with this knight who's rude to them. Nobody believes they can be a knight, but that doesn't stop the squire, so they go on an adventure to show the king they're worthy. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. Do you want to read it? Would you like to borrow it? I've learned my lesson to letting people borrow things. Don't let people borrow things. That's just an invitation for them to keep it forever. You were reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely the time when you were supposed to be asleep. You couldn't keep staying up. You wanted to let's read the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Why do I have stuffed toys in my side table? Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You didn't respond, letting the suspense build instead. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back into the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. I mean, if anybody's getting got by the boogeyman, it's definitely Cove. He slept on the floor. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. What? Shh! Get under here already. Bring the book too. Oh, look at him! How terrifying. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Oh, bright. With a click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Oops. You tilted the flashlight so that it shone directly on his face, giggling. Oh my gosh. Hey! You shifted again, making it shine down. You adopted an innocent expression when Cove scowled at you. This is cute. It's cute. Now we can read and moms won't know. I do this all the time. I've never tried something. I do this all the time. Me and my little DS light. Ooh, we were up all night. Also, I did read at night, like in the dark. Because sometimes I'd have nightmares and I didn't want to bother my parents, so I would stay up and I would read. I always pretend to sleep when mom or mommy check on me, and I've never been caught. It's fun. Do you want to try? Cove nodded. Pleased by his straightforward response, you placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he lay down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show Cove cool pictures. Read the book to me, Cove. You loved it when mommy read to you. Why not read as loud as you dare at this time of night? Don't do that. You didn't even need to study the page for long. Oh my gosh. There was once a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got to an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. Ooh. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay. It's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually, he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. Oh my gosh. Are we in love? His eyes were following the text. His eyes were following the text, a small smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your body, oh my gosh. I'm going somewhere I should not be going. Your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Save? Okay. We have saved. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Like my mouth is right now. Let me take some water. Slowly you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging. Is it twinging? I think it's twinging. Twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. Oh my gosh. You froze, then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove? That you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Glad that was you. Can you not be creepy for a second? You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. What the fuck? You fumbled for it, the familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Okay. I was about to say, like, what is happening here? Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. Oh, okay. Sorry, it's weird here. You frowned. You helped your moms redecorate it only a few months back. Rude? Yeah, so rude. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed, in my room. Yeah, and we're having a sleepover where you don't sleep in your bed, in your room. Do you not know what a sleepover is? You do not know how this works? That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. You wonder how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. You sit your ass back down here and go to sleep, you troubled child. Why are you so troubled, Cove? What? That shook off the last of your doziness, sorry. He was going to walk outside back to his own house this time of night, all by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. I'll come with you. Why? I can get there myself, and then you'd have to go all the way back here from my house. I don't make sure nothing happens to you. I think I should come anyway. I want us to stay together more. Let's be together more. Stop this. Cove looked at you quietly, as if contemplating something, before nodding his head.
Okay.
I love how you just went along with that, thanks. With that, Cove casually crouched down to collect his pajama pants. You were relieved he didn't mind you coming. Are you getting the rest of your stuff too? Like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it. No, just this. You could understand that. He didn't really need anything right now and could always pick up his things tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You know, we're a problem child now too, because look at us. We're sneaking out, going places by ourselves, not following the rules our mommy set. Cove, you've changed us. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon, Cove joined you. The two of you crept out into the hallway as silently as you could. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problems making it to the front door. Everybody was in their rooms, so the rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here, some of your other neighbors had lights coming through their windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on. You pointed it at the direction you were walking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that got all the way up the street from the beach. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they locked it or checked in on you, or both, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Surprisingly, it was Cove who broke the deep silence. This was my first sleepover. I could tell. Really? I had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to my grandma and grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times too. And other stuff. And other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were reading. When we were eating. Oh, okay, sorry. When we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. You just lit the path ahead. The two of you kept walking side by side, your shadows stretching across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you arrived. Cove's house loomed above you, the windows dark. Mr. Holden must be sleeping just like everyone else in your own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door? Yeah, he wakes up really easily. Oh my gosh. As if to demonstrate, he rang the doorbell. A couple minutes passed, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. Then the front door unlocked and cracked open. Out came his dad. Sir. Okay. He didn't want to put a shirt on? Got it. Mr. Holden wasn't wearing all of his clothes. His hair wasn't in a ponytail like normal either. You felt a little bad to disturb him when he definitely had not been expecting anybody. Why does his body look like a shark to me? Something about his body is giving shark. His eyes have been narrowed into tired slits. Yet they opened wide when he saw you and Cove. Kids, what in the world are you doing? Everything okay? I couldn't sleep. Cove said my room is weird. That's such a kid thing to say. Mr. Holden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Right. Well, that is a shame. What's done is done. Come on inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint. Thank you for dropping him off, Princess. I think you'll have to be a part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with what to do next time. Next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself. He moved to step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right here, and I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden remained where he was, his brow furrowed. Oh, he's angry. And placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade. Then I'll stand right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts. We'll close our door once you've made it back inside. Like it's very nice of you, but you don't need to do that. Do not mention this to my mom's either, because last time I wasn't allowed to watch TV for like a week. You nodded your head at the compromise. Have a good night. Take care. Mr. Holden waved you off. As you turned, your eyes met Cove's, still standing beside his dad. His lips turned up at the corners. He spoke in an almost whisper. Bye, Princess. Thanks for coming. You're welcome, bestie. Flashlight clutched in your hand, you jogged back over to your home. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. Faintly, you saw Cove wave back. You quietly closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. Then you tiptoed into your bedroom. The flashlight was returned to your drawer in its rightful place. Oh, we're definitely getting yelled at tomorrow. Although Cove had to go back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope that next time he'd be able to stay the whole night, whenever next time came along. The next morning you were woken up by the sound of Mom's voice and soft shake on your shoulders. Princess, wake up. It's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through the curtains and you rubbed your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Cove's already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, while you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what had happened during the night. But I didn't see him out there. I wonder where he's gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her. Princess, is everything alright? Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird. Where's Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? Mom's still looking at you expectantly, but as you started to explain what had happened, you were interrupted by Mommy calling from downstairs saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way that Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. I don't like this scene. It's very suspicious. Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs and peeked around the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing just outside, a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone, and you wondered if Cove was alright. I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night, and he wasn't alone. I told you not to tell them! Oh my god. Mr. Holden, I can't trust you with shit. He rubbed his back he rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your moms exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks, Mommy gasping and covering her mouth with a hand. Now they're gonna put child locks on the doors. Thanks a lot, Mr. Holden. The two of them looked your way. You quickly ducked back behind the wall. The boy and I made sure Princess got back safe, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight. Mr. Holden, how about you hold in my secrets? Exactly. Like, oh, I can't trust this man for nothing. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be talking with Princess about this for sure. Don't talk to me about this. There's nothing to say. Mr. Holden pulled his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if to say it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. They discussed the event for a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more. And when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard Mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There was a growing sense of dread in your stomach that you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, though you were relieved to see they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very, very worried. What were you thinking, Princess? Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? 'Cause I gotta be there for my friend. I don't have time to relay everything to you guys. You toed the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure you were just trying to help him, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen as your parents explained how dangerous it would have been for you and Cove to wander over to his house on your own. It's not that dangerous. Like, it's a little dangerous, but it's not that dangerous. Personally, you don't think it was that bad, since Cove only lived across the road, but you didn't tell your moms that. You were already in enough trouble as it was, so when they asked you to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers until you could prove to your moms that you were responsible enough. Oh my gosh. Okay. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry you had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad. Oh, a warning. Okay, that's gonna do something. Mr. Holden felt the negative experience was enough already, and Cove didn't need additional punishments. This child. Okay. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience, according to the adults. You could accept that. There were definitely things you learned from it. And hopefully, one day, you and Cove could finally be able to have a successful sleepover. We have finished all of step 1, and we're going to continue. And then, summer ended. Move to the next step? Yes, we're going to move to the next step, and then I'm going to end stream, because I've been streaming for so long right now. And I need a break. Honestly. But I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. I want to see if I can get Animal Crossing working correctly, because like I said, it should be here. So if I can, then stream tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST. If not, then I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna stream this game again. If I can't get Animal Crossing working correctly, we're gonna stream this game again. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. But first, let's move into the next step. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Yeah, the Amazing Alexander or something like that. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? 'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie, dear. There are all kinds of magic in the world. Mom is completely right. She is completely right. Lizzie gave Mom a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school in the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Could you please play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan on going home. Put on my puppy dog eyes. Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what? Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and stomped her feet in the ground. Lizzie, we're trying to play it cute, not annoying. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well, oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory. Yes. Mommy. Yes. All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. Yeah. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. As much to us. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could get the seashell bracelet at Teens and Trinkets? Is it Teens and Trinkets? Who knows? Oh, or maybe the playground? Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? Don't I get a say in this? You suddenly made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. I'm making my own plans. Fuck what you have going on, Elizabeth. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over to Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction of your mother's had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over. Looking off towards the water again, Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. I'm staying with Cove. That's best buddy. I feel like I'm gonna crush on him, in our next stage of life. I feel like that's a very good choice to do, is have a crush on Cove. We've shared so many beautiful moments already. We really have. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. Ooh, smooth. He reared his arm back, then tossed it into the water. You're impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down almost right after he tossed it. Oh no. Let's be encouraging. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. You can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing? I'm gonna look for my own rock. I'm gonna skip rocks. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes. A smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. No, not the shell. It landed with a wet sounding thunk. Ew. A few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface even though you were sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but he finally sighed. A few weeks. That's not very long at all. That is well. You didn't think a few weeks was that bad. That's not very long at all. Are you excited? Cove gave another half-hearted shrug. I would be. You'll have so much more fun at recess. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized his eyes were wet. This again? This again? You want to go home? You're not going home. This is your home now. You're stuck with me. You never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden with new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Oh my god. I moved so many times in my life. New schools, I went to many. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. That poor little boy. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? I mean, I don't plan on going anywhere. The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. It'll be too cold by then. You smiled so he knew you were only kidding. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better than it used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You can remember a long time ago, when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you never met before. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. I'll make sure you do. I'm gonna hold his hand, physical touch, I'll allow it. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. He's so in love with us. Look at us go. You've got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll start to go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave Cove a big smile. I hope so too. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sound of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You'd definitely try to help, in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You look over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had gone by fast. It is not almost time for dinner for me. I have an hour and 47 minutes left, but 47 minutes from now, I gotta baste these meats, and then I have to wait an hour for it to cook, slowly. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked at you, expressing screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Princess, thanks. It was nice where you were right then, but the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Ugh, how cute! Look at that little animation. I love it. Okay, in between. I cannot save here. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna change most of this. I will change the hair though. Beat it too. Oh, we can beat it too. Half shaved. Half shaved. Of course I'm going half shaved. A mullet. Choppy. Hold on. Choppy one? Or do I like curled one? I think I like choppy one. We'll still look flowy. No. Short. All of these are ugly. Ooh, a ponytail? No, I hate that. No mullet. No, it doesn't work. Or should we do pigtails? Let's do pigtails. Let's not go half shaved. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. This is cute. This is cute. Let's do this one. Okay. Birthmarks. We still got our birthmarks. Hand size slender. Earrings. Ooh, let's get earrings. We can't even see them. Let's not get earrings. Lips thin. My lips are not thin. They are thick. Do I have acne? No. I refuse. I refuse to have acne. Okay. Birthmarks. Clothing types. Yeah, I'll keep those the same. Fuck watches. Yeah. Done. Save. We're gonna save right here. I'm gonna change screens. I am gonna change screens. Give me a second while I change screens. Okay. I have changed screens. We are at the end of stream. I want to thank you all for being here today. Shout out to Song for being here. Watches do not interact. Exactly. I'm thinking of raiding. I am thinking of raiding. So Song, if you could ever so lovely drop the raid message in chat for me. We are gonna raid Sky Bonnie TV. We are. She's doing art. Her art's so cute. I love her art. So yeah, let me do my little spiel and then we'll raid. Okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for showing up in any way you can. Happy Valentine's Day. Hopefully I'll be back with Animal Crossing soon. But until then, we will be playing this. I told you guys all about that. Yeah, we'll be back here at 11 a.m. Hopefully. But yeah, with that, I want to thank you guys so much for being here and supporting me. I hope you have a nice rest of your day, week, life. Nope, I said it wrong. Rest of your day, week, month, year, and life. There we go. And I hope to see you in next stream. Okay, bye.